Hello.
I'm almost done posting in all the different places that I'm online. And I'm just gonna get myself a nice coffee. Alright. Have I posted in all the places that I can post? No, not yet. Not like you're going anywhere? Yes, no, none of you may leave. It's very important to me. Hang on a second, I'm not looking front and center. Hang on, sit straight. No arching on the back, and then boop, there we go. Yeah, you're all stuck here. It's all a ruse. Somehow, with the power of the internet knowledge that I, GrantZeebs, have, if you've clicked on my link and you now have this this Twitch stream on you, there's all this subliminal messaging that's gone off that has locked away your independent thought. Ooh. You want to watch GrantZeebs stream for 4 hours? Whoa. You want to go to his throne and donate all of your earthly income? Whoa. You want to believe that furry personas are cool and you want a persona commissioned artwork? Whoa. It is what... Any whoosies. But yeah, so as many of you are probably, like, you know, if you're familiar with the past few Sorry, I just need to send a message. Where is my brain? All right, I need to get out from there. I need to go over into... Actually, no, not into the VC yet. There isn't a need for me to go into the VC. What I need to do is I need to put something on the foreground real quick. So we got that over there. And then I need to look... There we go. There's my dashboard. So something that's been happening on my PC with some ways that I interact with it, like video game wise and what have you. That I interact with is the fact that the coolant temperatures, so not the temperature of the CPU. The CPU, for whatever reason, runs hot. It really fucking annoys me how hot the CPU runs. But, like, the CPU runs at a pretty hot temperature of, like, 80 degrees Celsius, like, you know, whenever the fuck it's doing its own thing. The coolant temperature in the cooler, however, that should be more closely to, like, ambient temperature. Like, the coolant, like, the temperature of the liquid in the water cooler that's, like, looping around and such, that really should not be, like, you know, a really high, thing. But for whatever reason, there's been a number of days now where like, if I'm playing, like, Monster Hunter and watching a video and with, like, you know, different Chrome tabs open, for whatever reason, that is just the right a mixture where my CPU, yes, is going to run extra hot. But what's more is that the coolant in the water cooler keeps going up. It does not stop. It gets up to like 50 degrees Celsius, and I have some warning like some, like, you know, alerts and you know, protections in place thanks to, like, you know, the software in my PC that's monitoring all of my temperatures and processes and such, where if it hits 50 degrees Celsius, it's going to run all the fans at 100%. Doesn't matter if it's like the AIO or the externals. It's like, nope, it's gonna run all of them 100%. And then it's gonna give me like, and then if it reaches like 55 degrees Celsius or something like that, the CPU's pump has like some RGB lights on it, and the lights turn red. Normally it's just like this lovely little, like, you know, rainbow RGB, like little majesty and what have you, but if it gets too hot, it will turn fucking red. It is not going to take it lying down. It is going to absolutely decide to be like, emergency. And usually when that happens, normally it's happening like either at the end of, it last happened Tuesday, like at the end of the day when I've been on this computer like nearly all day for work, or like, you know, remoted into another machine. But then when I start playing video games, it's like it got up to a really high temperature, and it got up there to like 8 p.m. or something like that. And I was like, you know what? It happened at like 8 p.m. It's fine that it got like to such a high temperature so late into the day, because it was basically running for over 12 hours, and like half of them, like, it was going at a relatively intense stage. But then I started seeing it happening, like, you know, as early as like 4 in the afternoon or 3 in the afternoon when I wasn't working and what have you, which, you know, is not great. It's not good. So yeah, and the only like way to like really fix it is if I for example, I just, like, you know, I run the aircon in my apartment, so to try and get the ambient temperature like much cooler, and then like the fans are running at 100%. I turn my PC off. I give it like 10-15 minutes to cool down, and then I start it back up again, because then that way, like, you know, the coolant temperature is like back down to like 30 degrees or something like that. And, you know, I now give myself like another couple of hours before the coolant decides to get too hot. Who knew that this is probably one of the reasons why, this is one of the other reasons why when I get around to it at some point in the future, when I want to move away from the Ship of Theseus AMD build, that I want to go over to Intel, because Intel, sure, is not like super powerful, like when people are doing like benchmarking nonsense between like Intel CPUs and AMD CPUs in like video games. But the fact of the matter is that the Intel, like, you know, their CPUs, they're not like a buggy, like, you know, weird nonsense going off here and there. Yes, there's been one terrible I know there's been like one terrible time, like I think 2 years ago or a year ago, but that is one time. You will hear way more often AMD having some weird driver fuckery in, like, you know, niche areas than you will Intel going through it. And then secondly, most recently, because of the Intel Core Ultras, they run a little bit cooler. They, like, the die, like, is a little more spread out on the Intel CPUs, and even though they're doing the same thing as AMD is, and, like, you know, stacking the cores and the caches and what have you, like what they're doing on Ryzen, even though Intel's coming into that a little bit late, they're going down that direction as well, and they've somehow done it in a fashion where, you know, they're not wanting to go like super hot, and I appreciate that from Intel. I feel like as I'm transitioning away from I want my bang for buck, I very much do want to go into a direction of I want a CPU that, you know, I live in Australia, I don't want it running hot all the time. And, you know, going on to like this AMD CPU where my PC, like, I don't want to think that this is doing a lot. Like, I don't think this should be very intensive for my CPU. I'm not running OBS encoding via the CPU. That's running via the GPU. This avatar here needs to do GPU nonsense. Like, there's so many things that should not be needing the CPU to run at such a hot temperature. But I'm not about to replace my PC at this point because I still want to get like a couple months, or maybe a year more out of it. And as tempting as it would be to sell the PC first and then use the funds from that selling to then buy into the new Intel parts, I don't know how long I would be out of, like, you know, with no PC and what have you. And I don't exactly want to do that while I still have a, you know, I still want to stream and such like that on a relatively consistent schedule. So, yeah. Alrighty, I'm just gonna pop out the preview window, just so then that way... So, just in case someone does, like, get into the... excuse me. Just in case someone does decide to get into the what's-mahoozy, thingy, the chat. Or the VC, sorry. I have a means of, I have a means of, like, presenting them the game. Alright, swapping sources and what have you. Now, chat, this is really important. I know Tanmux is here right now, but this is really important.
Your bows and quivers.
This is like the 4th or 5th time that I'm playing Ghost of Yōtei on stream, and only last night did I decide to do a little bit of side content, which, as you can see, you know, Asu is wearing a different color, and she's got, like, this bloody, like, face cloth thingy-madiggy. But I'm gonna be frank with you, I have not gone very far into the story. Excuse me, I've not gone very far into the story. Like, all I've done so far is try and invade, Saito's, like, you know, training fortress where Lord Saito was. I wasn't able to kill him there. He ran away. So now we're back to, like, you know, going through his henchmen. So I've not done anything with the Kitsune, where they're over in Tesso, like, What's-mahoozy Valley. Instead, I am going through with the Oni, where right now Jubei has promised to bring me Mad Goro so I can get closer to the Oni. Now, I'll be real with you. A part of me wants to instead go through, like, the weapons training, so fighting fire with fire, or, you know, learning more about the Yari. Like, a part of me wants to go through more of the senseis, because we went through the senseis for the dual blade before we went through, like, any of the other, like, you know, side thingamadiggies here. And look at this, like, there's all these bounties we can take on, but I need you to keep me in check. I need you to tell me, hey, don't get don't get bogged down with the side content. You're gonna need to go through the main story. Everyone else is farther ahead than you.
Sometimes I feel you all think I just make these maps magically appear.
Isaburo, bit of a dangerous place to be mapping out Ezo.
I have noticed. But the Shogun's orders are the Shogun's orders. Do you wish to buy a map before we all get burned to death?
Rocky Shale Altar, White Deer.
Put it away, quickly.
Alrighty. Oh, hang on, bamboo. There we go. Alrighty. So...
Atsu.
That is Jubei. We thought our brother was dead. Turns out, our brother is alive. He was taken on by the Matsume clan and has, like, worked as, like, as a samurai and all that kind of nonsense with them. So, he's, like, his found family has been, like, you know, clan Matsume and such like that. Meanwhile, Asu, a woman in Japan, she has not been able to get that kind of luxury, especially while trying to go through her, like, you know, path of vengeance and what have you. So, yeah.
Where is Magoro?
Commander Wada refused to release him.
I told you this would happen.
I brought you the musket he stole.
That
Not
doesn't
good
help.
Need someone who will get the Oni's attention. Someone like Clan Matsumae's golden boy.
No. Absolutely not.
Please tell me we're not about to have...
Atsu. I cannot defy my own clan.
You already did by helping me. By being here now. The Oni killed our father. We have to do this.
If I agree to act as your prisoner, we need to be careful and patient.
Once inside, we wait until nightfall. Then I free you.
And then we assassinate the Oni together.
I'll even let you keep his head. A gift for your commander.
We won't get very far if they recognize you. Check the pack on my horse. There's a mask and some clothes you can borrow.
That you just happen to keep on you?
You aren't the only one that knows a few tricks.
I hope we're not responsible for our brother getting killed. That would, like, we only like in the timeline, we've only just got him, quite frankly.
Are the ropes too tight?
It's fine. Any looser and they'll be suspicious.
Lower your bows! I bring gifts for the Oni! His stolen musket, and a Matsumae lapdog!
Loosen these ropes and call me a dog again.
You're the
Oh,
Oni's
cool, my
pet now.
washing machine finished.
Far enough. We will take it from here.
The bounty said the Oni would reward me personally.
The bounty was for Magoro, not some samurai.
It was for the musket. And this isn't just any samurai. He is Commander Wada's favorite.
I have never seen a woman bounty hunter before. How do I know you're not the Onryo who killed the snake?
From what I hear, she has horns and glowing eyes. All I have is this shitty hat.
The Oni pays well. You'll soon afford a better one. Welcome to Ishikari Castle. Sound the drums!
If only they knew.
New arrival!
If only they knew.
The Oni is just up this hill. Have you seen him since that night?
Only at a distance. He wears the same mask.
Then he'll be easy to spot.
As if I could ever forget him.
He is just a man, Jubei.
A man who murdered our father.
Wolfman from 2004. Welcome, welcome. I am very far behind on the Ghost of Yōtei storyline and what have you, even though this thing has been out for like almost a month, I'm pretty sure. So I need chat to help keep me on track of doing main questline nonsense for a little bit, rather than getting distracted with like, you know, side thingamadiggies like foxes and shrines and wolves.
He will be watered and fed. Open the gates!
Yeah. How's it going? You doing good? How's 2004?
I'm with you.
Hi, Kib. I'm doing alright. Getting started. Oh, does he have a glass eye or something?
A weapon of fire and pain. Where's the thief, Mad Goro?
Killed by this one. But I figured Commander Wada's golden boy was worth more than some toothless bastard.
Did you know? Take off that mask, so I can thank you properly.
You first.
Nah, we're fucking up here.
I owe you a reward.
I still feel like we're about to have Jubei die in this mission. We only just got him like two main missions ago.
Welcome to your new home, Samurai. I hope you have a strong back.
If it's anything like his sword arm, you'll be disappointed.
It's easy to taunt a man who's tied up.
Your hands will soon be free to repair this castle. Lord Saito's future seat of power.
I thought this was your castle.
I am a custodian.
I have heard many stories about the Oni. None mentioned your modesty.
I bow to only one man. My loyalty is absolute.
I doubt. Oh yeah, no, Nightfall. We're gonna like, you know, we're gonna wreck town at nightfall in this thing. Yeah. I need to keep an extra eye on my
We have a new guest of honor.
coolant temperature and what have you. Make sure it doesn't get too hot.
Stand so tall. We'll soon fix that.
Enjoy your stay, Samurai.
Death to the Matsumai!
Come, this way. It's time to collect your reward.
Your men are loyal.
They know I will bring them victory.
You're also intimidating as fuck with the giant mask and horns and everything.
What is all this?
Another escape attempt, my lord. The prisoners have grown bold since Mad Goro found a way past the castle walls.
Display the body near the holding cells, so they can smell the rot.
Yes, my lord.
And find that damn exit. After you, Hunter. Your reward awaits.
We're about to get thrown into a pit, no doubt.
Few are allowed inside this room.
I can see why. It's dangerous to keep so many treasures in one place.
So I learned with Mad Goro. But everything is back where it belongs now.
Oh, that's a painting of the
Around
Oni
while I count
behind.
out your reward. Just keep your hands to yourself.
So we got Clan Matsumai, what's-a-mahoosies. We've got... Oh, that's a wolf, scabbard. Interesting.
No one defies Lord Saito.
I'll go. I'm the son. I'm better with the sword.
Meh.
I can save him!
Yeah, barely got anything done there.
Where is your sister?
Yeah! So that's how he got the
Hello.
the thing.
Go find your mother. I'll be right back.
Hello, Goldie. Ooh.
My little horse.
Your reward.
Keep your money. I want this.
Okay, you can't
That
like.
old thing. I don't even remember where I got it.
Then it won't be missed.
No, you're.
Take the coin too. I'm feeling generous.
Nah, there's. Look. Like, I don't feel like the villains would be dumb enough as to, like, you know,
When was the last time you had
twin
a
wolves, crafted by us, whose
there
father for the
such a
blade forge
thing in
protects his twin
Ishgari
wolves howling
playing?
for. Hang on a second. Oh, okay, we can't change the thingamajiggy right now.
You will feast with us tonight,
I'd be honored.
Ooh, 3,000 gold, that's pretty good.
like the rest of us. Until then, don't go far.
Jubei, where are you? The prisoner who tried to escape. Oni said to display her body near the holding cells.
Alright.
That must be where they're keeping Jubei. But how to get him out?
We'll need.
The Oni's jailer. He has the keys. Hold on, brother. I'm coming.
Bite to this one.
Watch yourself.
Alright.
Don't hold back. This is a training
That's
ring.
who brought in the samurai?
Get out.
Show us your pretty face.
Hit him. Watch it, you flea-bitten stray.
Easy.
Ah.
I'm not one of your prisoners. I can fight back.
Kanta, are you being rude?
I don't like her.
You don't like anyone.
If you've got a problem, why don't we settle this in the ring?
An excellent idea.
Kanta's huge.
Pick up a bouquet. We don't want any casualties.
I don't fight with wooden sticks.
What is a kanabo if not a big stick?
Alright, here we go. Oh, come on!
Careful, pretty hunter, or you'll be afraid.
Here it comes!
My jailer waits.
Oh, Jesus, fuck! Out. Gotcha.
The mighty fall at last. To be no more than dust in the wind.
Need a hand?
You may be a stray, but you are not without teeth.
Few strays are.
You.
An impressive display.
Your man might disagree.
You won't be popular at dinner, but you've more than earned your place. They won't try anything. These guards will escort you to the feast.
You're not coming?
I eat alone.
You can really hold your sake.
It's too bad the Oni doesn't allow strangers to stay overnight.
My loss, I'm sure.
Your horse is at the stables. The damn thing tried to bite me more than once.
Hamaru.
Why?
Good on ya, Hamaru.
Need to arm myself and go back for Jubei. I hear you, Homura. But we can't leave yet. Glad no one stole my weapons.
Cool, cool.
Need to be careful. I'm no longer the Oni's personal guest.
Alrighty, so we got the mercenary, spider lily. Thrown weapons deal increased damage by a minor amount and grant a minor amount of spirit. Assassinating it has a moderate chance of dropping sake. Drinking sake. Nice, cool. Alright, so Wolf's Blade. And so we have the Lone Wolf. Here we go. Twin Wolves. There we are. And then, so that's Hawk's Talon, Noble Mist, Crushings, Scavenged Victory. Resist will Actually, I'll go Lone Wolf here, and then so yeah, Lone Wolf there, and then this one can be. Is the Twin Wolf here? Why isn't the Twin Wolf here? Gosh darn it! I wanted to use. God damn you! Fine. So this one will be Lone. This one will be Twin Wolf then. This one will be Starlight Abyss. Like that look. Starlight Abyss looks really fucking cool. And then I'll keep it as Reign of Ruin.
I'm coming, brother.
Alrighty. Let's get moving. Quick and easy kill.
Yeah, the Oni doesn't want anyone to see his face. That's why he dines alone at the top of the keep.
Yeah, we all have scars.
Legend has it the swordsmith's daughter sliced him from eye to mouth. He can't drink without drooling.
That's just a ghost story.
Chain assassination because I can. Yeah! Fucking love it. What the? Sake flight? Oh, collect 10 jars of sake. Okay. That's fine by me. Ooh, boy, I am drunk. That ain't good. Alright, I need to be stealthier than usual. Alright, so I'll aim for that guy up there first.
Cut down a few. That gets them moving.
And then chain assassinate you. Yeah! I didn't realize there was going to be a dog there. That's not good.
No way that's true.
Hit. So much for stealth, but hey, everyone is dead, so there's no...
Here I come!
Alright. Success! No witnesses.
Someone there?
Alright, not doing well on the stealth thing.
Did Lord Saito kill that blacksmith we knew?
There we go. I may not be perfect on this stealth, but we are surviving.
Who? What are you?
What's the quickest way to the holding cells?
Up that ledge, past the drums. Did Commander Water send you?
No, but don't lose hope.
Up the ledge, past the drums.
This is the present. Where's Jubei?
Anyone seen Kanta? Probably still licking his...
Oh boy. There we go. No witnesses. How's it going? Hi, Masonic. Welcome, welcome. Good work on having a watch streak with me. I greatly appreciate it. How... You're doing alright? Nice. I am doing alright myself. I am right now just trying to get through more of the main story missions rather than side content like I've done the last few streams.
Kitamori?
This Matsume is not helping me.
Jubei's not in here. Oh, where are you?
Most likely he's with the Oni getting tortured for all we know.
Jubei! Hold on.
Oh, he's up
I'll
here.
get you.
Alright, cool. Nice. It's not what I think it is. I thought he was gonna get tortured.
Are you alright?
It's just a few bumps and bruises. I think they want to keep me fresh for tomorrow's labor.
Damn it, I need it. You played the first game and really liked it? That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Is that sake? Have you been drinking?
I had to play the part.
Hang on, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I really need to piss. Forgive me. Bathroom break, real quick. 30-second ad while I go. One moment. Hopefully it should be quick. It's just the music by Hikaru Utada. Like, it's just silly that it's like, you know, me, I make the joke of like, ah, yes, it's been X number of days since Kingdom Hearts has last been mentioned on stream or, you know, mentioned on the Discord and such. But quite honestly, there are a few moments where I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I think I miss Kingdom Hearts. There are legitimate... The glorious,
I think Souls Under Siege is
RTX,
the next,
like, 50,090.
Welcome to the graphics card hub.
Welcome to GeForce.
It can just barely run Crisis. Well, welcome to True Vu, where everyone's foreskin can run Doom.
Alrighty. All good now. I see. Come on. And hopefully advertisement is done as well, so we can get on with the rest of this.
A little too well.
Oh, I'm still dancing. Hang on. Let me stop that. There we go.
If we hurry, we can kill him and get out before anyone notices.
We can't leave the other prisoners. They're my clan.
Don't draw too much attention. We're here for the Oni.
After he's dead, then. Their rescue would fetch a nice reward.
Fine. I'll come back for them.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet.
Hi there, Acacia. Welcome, welcome.
There are too many guards to head straight for the castle.
We can use the cliffs to go around. Over here. The bars are loose.
How did you make this discovery?
By trying to pry them open. Why did you think they tied me up?
All right, hang on. Let me... There we go. For whatever reason, I couldn't do it from an angle, which is annoying. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I am going through some Ghost of Yōtei, and and rather than getting distracted with like I've only just started this, so it was really fortunate that like the first mission I decided to go into is the main story mission, but I need you to make sure that I don't get distracted by side missions like, you know, fox shrines, wolf dens, and all that kind of nonsense.
Where did the Oni take you?
I need
The throne room. He's filled it with trophies, including Father's old saya.
Why would he keep that?
I don't know, but I negotiated it as part of my reward.
Yeah, I feel like
He could have remembered you. All across Ezo, people whisper of a vengeful ghost. What if they connect you to the night of the burning tree?
Do the Matsumai even know about your family? Your real family?
What good would that do anyone?
There's
yeah,
the keep.
but yeah, I feel like the Oni.
Longer than our scouts reported. None of this is what I expected.
I imagine the Oni might actually be aware of us
my memories,
because of that whole,
more monster than man.
because of like the whole you know, wanting to get the scabbard and shit.
Makes you wonder why he's loyal to Saito.
Because he is samurai, and Saito is his lord.
That doesn't excuse what he's done.
No, it does not.
But it does give explanation is not excuse. Just because we know why someone does something doesn't mean
That's
we
where we'll find the
condone
Oni.
it.
There's no way across. What now?
We jump.
Very funny. Crazy? I just lost 10 years of my life watching you do that.
Use your fingers to guide your way down. But keep them loose, or they'll snap.
This is beyond reckless.
You'll be fine. Also, I don't know how he got ahead of me like that, but it is what it is.
Almost there. We can use that scaffolding to reach the top of the keep.
You're putting a lot of faith in bamboo.
Too tall to climb.
Maybe on your own. Give me a boost. I'll pull you up.
Alright. Co-op mechanics.
Once inside, I'll cut his throat so he can't scream. Then you finish him off.
Is that how you killed the snake?
The snake was a drunk. The Oni is a general who can bring an entire army down on us.
It just doesn't feel
Honorable.
honorable.
And what he did to Father, was that honorable? Jubei, it doesn't matter how he dies, so long as he's dead.
Yeah. There's been a, like, I've mentioned this in the past, but like there has been a lot of sensationalization about the samurai in Japan. They're like, oh, the samurai wouldn't use guns when they were first sent over. The samurai care for the people, and it's like, the samurai were absolutely one of the first people to use the Akihabaras when they first came, which is basically like the earlier editions of guns and such. They were one of the first people to use it. They only came about in power because, you know, they wanted to control other lands and all that kind of nonsense. The shogun is literally a general that is saying, hey, I don't want to be like, you know, the emperor, quote unquote, but I will most certainly force the emperor to do things that are in the benefit of us samurai. But I myself won't be emperor. Like, real manipulative shit there.
This is it. For Father?
For Father.
So, yeah.
Where is he?
Oh,
I knew there was something off about you.
of course he did.
The mask, the way you looked at your so-called prisoner. But it wasn't until you demanded your father's sire as payment that I put it together.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Atsu!
I'm fine. The Oni...
It's over, Atsu. We have to go!
Assassins! They're climbing down the keep! Stop there!
We need to reach the horses!
Oh, Jesus.
Find me, boy.
This way! Atsu!
Keep going!
Through here! Come on!
Thank goodness.
They're coming!
Good boy, Homura! Hold on!
Yeah!
We need a plan!
Plan is to ride hard and stay alive. Push through! You still with me?
I'm here!
Keep up! Archers!
Do you even know where we're going?
Away from the castle. Yeah, called it.
Oh, here!
I see them!
The way is blocked!
Stay close!
Atsu!
Jump!
We're gonna need Mad Goro again to get us back in here.
The tree line! We'll be out of range!
Almost there!
Don't stop!
Well, we didn't get to do our assassination, but
Mount
hey,
up ahead. The horses need rest.
shame.
Let me see.
It's fine.
One of the Oni raiders said Mad Goro found a secret way out of the castle.
If there's a way out, that means it's a way
Next
in.
time.
Next time. Atsu. We barely made it out alive. I defied my clan and abandoned my brothers to follow you.
None of this would have happened if you'd brought Mad Goro like you promised.
We could have saved dozens of innocent lives tonight. But you chose death.
I chose to avenge our father.
Our father would want us to fight for the living! Not sacrifice them for revenge!
Our family was murdered! And all you care about is playing samurai! Where are you going?
You once said we were strangers because of the Oni and the Yōtei 6. You were right. I don't know you. And I don't think I want to.
He's not wrong either. Like, you know,
don't
most
need
parents
people.
don't want people dying for their deaths to be
Mad
avenged.
Goro is still our best lead. We need to free him from the Matsumaya camp.
Shit. You came here in some steep melodrama. Yeah, the sibling, the brother, is not too interested in new offerings being left for the Onryo. Find the nearest gift altar to collect. The what altar? As your legend grows, people will leave offerings to aid the Onryo's hunt for the Yōtei 6. Interesting. W model in this stream. Hello, Clue.
All these offerings
Hello there, Sir
for
Dragon.
the Onryo.
What is all this?
Atsu. People speak of a woman who came back from the dead to hunt down the Yōtei 6. They say she's an onryo, a ghost.
Yeah.
And they've left her offerings?
Yep. That's
Some
it.
folks don't want to risk getting caught in her wake. Others are grateful she's doing what they don't have the guts to do.
Nice.
Get even.
But yeah, hi there. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the
don't even
stream.
know
And
what
also hi there, Zach. Glad to have you here.
Trust me, you'll be seeing more of these around Ezo.
Nice.
I've gathered merchandise of all kinds.
A prayer to she who haunts the grasslands. May your howl bring Ezo's enemies to their knees. May we live to see your revenge complete. I offer you my dyes, the color of fire and blood. If your spirit deems me worthy, I await by the Stone Jaw coast. Ah, cool. Thank you so much, Clue, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome,
Care
welcome.
to see the new merchandise I've gathered?
Death Gamble, Duelist Harvest, and Thingamadoogie. Yep, sure. Let's grab these while we
For those
can.
who need it most.
Sly Hunter. Don't need the sake, don't need more fish.
Never a dull moment.
Alright, hang on. Damn you, fish. Aye. Look, 3%. Look, don't feel discouraged. Alright, so... Ooh boy. Where the fuck would this go? Up here? Okay, cool. So it does go up there. And then this one is over by here, I want to say. No, wait, hang on. Down here. And then this one is over here, I want to say. Yeah, there we go. Griggles, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. I am just going through the Ghost of Yōtei game. I know this thing has been out for nearly a month. This is like my 4th or 5th stream, but I have not gone very far into the game. Like I've only had like, you know, one of the Yōtei 6 killed so far. I have not gone very far. All right. Ding, dong, bing, twin wolf, and then can I Hawk's talent? Yeah, I'll keep that as that. But yeah, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. But yeah, I am going through Ghost of Yōtei, trying to take on the Yōtei 6, yada yada, and one of the things that I like, I've gone through way more side than main story. So rather than getting distracted with the side missions such as like this one here of like the Undying Samurai, Tezuko the Unrivaled, or going through like, you know, the different tales and what have you, or the bounties, I'm going to be trying to stick to the main story for the Oni at the very least.
Still the samurai's prisoner. Hopefully they let me in.
So, can I talk to you?
We are keeping an eye on you, stranger.
Ooh, you're keeping an eye on me. Copper and silks.
Settlers are helping to build their bridge.
Oh, okay, so that's the... Oh, so this is the bridge to get from, like, one side of, like, a region to another, so we don't go that way.
So many more guns around these days. You
Alrighty.
leave, or there will be trouble.
I have business
come
with one
on.
of your prisoners, Mad Goro.
Commander Wada gave explicit orders. You are not welcome here.
Serious?
Turn around before I cut you down.
Relax, I'm going. I'll need to find my own way in. Mad Goro is my best shot at getting another chance at the Oni.
Now comes the fun bit of us, like, running around the encampments and seeing if there's an easy way in. Okay, not from this side, it seems. I thought I was gonna burp for a minute there.
A long way from our training.
Let's see, let's see. Excuse me. Excuse me.
The bridge is nearly finished. If I climb across, I may see another way into the camp.
Why wait to send for reinforcements? By the time they arrive, the bridge will be complete. Because if something goes wrong, they'll be stuck in that canyon, vulnerable to all.
I'll see more from higher up.
Oh, it sounds like people are talking about us. There we go, and then jump across. And we make our way up.
There we go. I can see the entire camp. Now to find a way inside. I can enter the camp from up there.
Same time tomorrow, gentlemen?
I know that voice.
Another visit to the hot springs might loosen my memory.
That.
Take him back to his cell.
Mad Goro. Making friends wherever you go. Where are they taking you?
They call him Mad Goro, and the thing that pops into my head is Goro Majima for whatever reason.
Mealtime. There'll be fewer guards.
I keep thinking like he's Goro Majima, which is like definitely not the case. Goro Majima is like way later into the you know timeline of video games based in Japan nonsense.
Way is clear.
All right.
Slip in, question Goro, and get out. The samurai will never know.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, and then jump up here. Welcome back from the advertisements, chat. Hopefully you're doing all right. Go. And then we squeeze through here.
Is that my dinner? Oh, I'm starving.
Well. If it isn't my old friend.
Sup, Goro?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Rumor has it you know a way into the Oni's castle.
Maybe. Why should I tell you?
Because I can get you out of here.
The Matsumai are good to their prisoners. Regular food and baths. My rash has even cleared up.
You're not the type to stay caged for long.
It's true. I am a free spirit. Fine. Break me out and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Where are the keys?
With the gods.
Too risky. I'll find another way to free you. Those boards look loose. Try pulling them.
With my bare hands? I'd get splinters.
Just do it.
No luck. And I popped the blister.
If I can get inside, my hook could pull them free.
Alright, so I need to find a way in.
Sometimes they wake up wet. Maybe there was a hole in the roof?
Why else would you... Never mind. Don't answer that.
Alright, where's the way up on the roof? There we go.
There's some old patchwork up here. Maybe I could...
Stay there. I have an idea.
He's gonna break it, isn't he? Yep.
What did you do?
I hit it with my chamber pot. Don't worry, I'm naturally dehydrated.
Ugh. Someone might have heard. We need to go. I'll go first.
Worried I will run?
You have a history.
At least we're not an idiot with him.
All right.
Wait. I hear someone.
He is not happy with us.
Stay away.
That Goro is my bounty.
You're already wanted by the Yōtei 6. Are you so determined to make an enemy of the Matsumai as well?
I don't care about your clan.
Then care about me. I've built a life amongst these samurai.
They don't even know what happened to you that night.
And I don't want them to.
Is now a bad time to mention no one brought me dinner?
I'll let the gods know. I have to escort my sister outside of Ishikari Plain.
You can't be serious.
You infiltrated a Matsumai camp and attempted to free one of our prisoners. I should be arresting you.
Goro just
now, come on.
Just sitting inside the prison listening to this family drama. Also, didn't we like leave the gap open?
Safe travels.
Like, I'm pretty sure Goro's gonna get out.
There is nowhere you can take me that I won't find a way back to the Oni.
You can't reach him if he's dead. The bridge is nearly complete. Soon hundreds of samurai will pour across it to defeat the Oni in battle.
A battle will achieve nothing except needless death.
Enough! I won't be swayed from my duty. Not again.
Matsumai! To arms!
Oni raiders! She's with us!
Commander Wada said...
Focus on the Oni raiders! This is our camp! We will not yield!
Here they come! Hold the Oni!
Into the gate!
For Clan Matsumai!
I'm coming!
March for their bogia!
Stay together! Push them back!
Isis, it's her again!
Pushing them back!
There we are. I don't have time for dealing with every single one of you, so excuse me while I just do the easy throwing things at them.
Focus on the fool here! Stop the fire!
Yeah.
More Bohia.
Was getting a feel for the combat this time around. I think it helped that I played it last night to get a feel for the combat again. Because right now,
You protect the camp.
I'm going through like 3 different video games
Want my help or not?
in the week. I'm going through Metal Gear Solid, Alan Wake, and Ghost of Yōtei. Damn it. Fuck you in particular.
Try to assassinate the Oni!
License bastards.
There we go. Where the fuck are we going? There we go. Yeah! Get rid of that shield. Alright, thank you for the masks. Where the fuck am I going?
Bring our head to the Oni!
There we go. Oh, I can do 3 now. Nice, nice, nice.
Psycho will be pleased I found you.
I was worried I was gonna get killed by whatsamahoozy, like I was gonna get striked by the back there.
Back to the bridge. I need to get their attention. Let's give them a taste of their own fire. That's it. Look at me. Come on.
I need to aim for the people in the... Gotcha!
Fire spreading.
Please, Jubei, stay alive. It would be really fucking annoying if you died in this quest line.
Damn it! Damn it! I'm coming, brother.
Jump across, swing, jump.
Jubei won't last long. To get to Jubei.
Where's Jubei? There he is! Yes!
Jubei!
They won't take this bridge!
We'll fight them off together!
The rats tried to kill the Oni!
You will regret coming here! Free the scum! How long has the Oni been planning this?
Doesn't matter. Just keep fighting.
Get rid of you, because you're going to be the harder target.
So many of them!
The man in front of you is all that matters.
Yes! Let's go!
Tried to take my life. Did you think there wouldn't be consequences?
You murdered our father and left me to burn. Don't talk to me about consequences.
Oni, let's finish this as warriors!
Warriors?
He's not interested in doing this like warriors. Does she have any powers? No, not any superpowers.
Or themselves.
She's just lucky and skilled. And to the drink we go.
Jubei. Come on. We have to swim.
The bridge. My men.
Swim, Jubei. It's a long way to shore.
Also, welcome to the stream, Nikki. How goes it? I'm trying to remain focused on main story quests in Ghost of Yōtei instead of getting distracted by side content and what have you. Alright. Otaro
This is all my fault.
That bridge was a threat to the castle. Lord Saito's future seat of power. The Oni was always going to
I'm good.
You never were
You know,
very good at comforting
gained a
me.
little weight, which is annoying. Trying to save money here and there. I have to keep an eye on my PC because
Almost died today.
it's been a ship of Theseus for like the last few years, like parts here and there getting like, you know, swapped and what have you. And at some point I do like want to replace it like with a full build instead of doing like one part swap after another to avoid any like, you know, weird, you know, getting infected because of like one piece of the pie like on the motherboard or something like that affecting other pieces like the CPU or GPU. Because
The comp's on top of this.
yeah,
ridge.
there was a problem
What
with the
are you expecting to
GPU
find?
last year. Then this year there was a problem with the CPU, and the RAM, and now after I've gone through like the warranty on the CPU, right now I'm noticing that the coolant temp gets kind of hot. Normally the coolant temperature should stay around like a few degrees above ambient and what have you. Like, you know, if it's 30 degrees outside, it should be like, you know, 37, 40 degrees Celsius. But right now, the coolant temperature goes pretty high. It's sitting at like 41 degrees Celsius right now. It can go hotter, but it hasn't in the past. It hasn't, like before this year, it doesn't normally get, you know, at like, you know, to such a hot level. But now, like, it's not unheard of for it to go as high as 50 degrees. So, you know, I gotta save money here and there.
The northern camp.
Guess that's where you will go.
Back on the bridge.
I just hope nothing else breaks in the PC, because then
You said
otherwise
the
that's just
Oni
going to be a bit of
left
a
you to
painful
burn.
repair job.
They pinned me to the tree with Father's sword. Then the Oni put a torch to it.
The only reason she's alive is with sheer
Put
tenacity.
myself free before I caught fire. I don't want your pity. Just for you to understand why I can't let this go.
I'm sorry. I expected you to follow the rules of my life without knowing the first thing about yours.
You tried. But I've been alone for so long.
I will help you kill the Oni.
What about your duty to the Matsumae?
Let me worry about that.
Also, their encampment is, like, fully destroyed, so...
I doubt Matt Goro survived the Oni's attack.
Oh, I believe he has.
I wouldn't be so sure.
What did you do?
I loosened a board so he could escape.
I'll ask if anyone's heard about Mad Goro at the northern camp.
He was just so ready to just be like, dishonor!
Is expecting you. I'll let you in.
Fiery consequence. Yeah, 41 degrees Celsius. The cooling temp has been like steadily going up in degrees like every couple of minutes. Like every like 15-30 minutes it's been going up in temperature.
You're going to tell us everything we want to know about this Onyo.
To the northern camp then, boy.
Alrighty.
Come on, Momura.
Also, where is the northern camp? Alright, cool. So the northern camp looking for Mad Goro. Where the fuck are we? Oh, we're over there. Okay, cool. So there's an altar reflection over there. We were already at the coastal thingamadiggy. Crashing Wave Sumi. Vintage, a rock. Reliquary of Strength. Oh, okay, so we finished the Reliquary of Strength. Resting spot. Armor. Actually, no, do not get distracted by side missions. We are not getting distracted by side missions. We are going to resume... We're resuming main mission nonsense. Hi there, Super Mario. How am I doing this fine Saturday/Sunday? It is Sunday for me. It's Sunday morning, and yeah, I am doing my best not to get distracted by side content because I've already gone through like several streams of Ghost of Yōtei, and very little of it has been of like the main storyline and what have you. So I need to like put way more time into getting more of the main storyline done. Also, you just standing over there while I'm getting attacked by a fucking bear? What's wrong with you, man? What the fuck's with you?
Listen to the story of the samurai who cannot die.
Oh, because this is the what? Yeah, this is the guy that tells us the story. We don't have time for that, sorry. I don't have time for that. So yeah. And it looks like Saito's gang is actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do a standoff. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Show me what you got. Yeah.
Should kill us all.
Vent! Pocket sand! Gotcha. Thank goodness.
Get out
Fuck you, dude, in particular. Nailed it. The Masked Man's quarry is now complete. Or maybe it's getting started now. Hang on. Give a respectable bow to the shrine. Focus attacks will disarm enemies performing a yellow glint. Earn spirit on successful disarm. Instantly strike and disarm an enemy. Has a chance to terrify enemies so they can flee. Okay, so that's the Onryo strike. We got the shoulder charge. Improves of the Onryo's will. Costs 3 spirit to do. Meanwhile, on this one, extends Lidao with rapid follow-up attacks. What's this one? Relentless Fury. Continue a duel with Katana's focus combo after dashing. Okay. And then we've got the Yari. Increase the stagger against sickle enemies. Effective against pole arms, effective against sickles. Huh. And then this was Revenge. Oshira's Coast. Oshira's Coast. Improved horse boosting. Improved charge efficiency. Nothing further there. Look at you ghosting around Yōtei. Hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I am. Welcome, welcome. Alright. We're gonna go with the Onryo Strike here. There we go. This is Atsu. We found her brother Jibei. He's alive, amazingly enough. I'm doing my best to, like, not get distracted by side quests or anything like that. And I'm focusing only on getting from, like, one main story to the other for the Oni. Because I have not...
Thanks for keeping me in business today.
Hello, Taro.
See for yourself.
Of course, Taro is, you know, just rummaging around. And then we've got Saito talking about something about loss.
It's so much to take in. I know.
Alright, Scorch Bombs is at maximum. Wasamahuzi is at maximum. Cool.
Ooh, spread the word.
Sure thing, Taro. I'll spread the word. Ding, dong, bam. I'm just gonna slip into my VC real quick.
Stranger, a word? You did good work here. We might have another job for you.
What kind of job?
One of our patrols went missing. We could use help finding them, if you're interested. Go to the camp across the road and speak to my commander.
Cool. Not interested right now because I have a more pressing matter to deal with. Give me a second.
Jibei said he'd meet me at the northern Matsumae camp.
Need to stay sharp.
You fought with us on the bridge. Lord Kitamori is with the commander.
Thank you for the steel. Oh, lol, I, you know, came up here via an entirely different way.
We already interrogated Mad Goro.
We didn't ask the right questions. He knows the way into the Oni's castle.
Says who? That woman? Ever since you arrived, you have not been yourself.
Drills, drills, and more drills.
What are you doing here?
Hello, Commander Watsamahuzi.
Against my orders.
Commander Wada, she stood with me, defending the bridge against the Oni raiders. She's an ally.
She is dangerous, as unpredictable and self-serving as a wild animal.
Gee,
she
okay.
doesn't belong here.
Fuck you, yes. Watto.
She does.
I like that little eyebrow. She's just like, yeah, that's how it goes.
Careful, or you won't be Lord Kitamori anymore. Just plain old Jubei.
Results are what matters to the Matsumae. All will be forgiven when I deliver the Oni's head.
If you say so.
Big maybe there, but sure.
Mad Goro. There was a fire at the mountaintop shrine. Its new priest is stranded at the summit.
And?
This so-called priest is rumored to be eccentric and missing a number of teeth.
Oh, Goro.
Pretending to be a priest, I see.
He's been performing for the kami.
Or the amount of offerings he's kept for himself.
Ugh, that would be low. Even for him. The shrine's not far. Let's take a look.
I love Goro as well. Like, he's not Goro Majima, but he definitely has that to him. And it's just funny, because, like, when we were first chasing him down and such, he's like, oh, like, he mentioned something about his rash or something.
Did you know he was disobeying orders by looking into Mad Goro?
Of course.
You have loyal friends.
Being part of a clan isn't just about honor or serving a lord. We watch out for each other.
Just watched the Hell of a Boss pilot redo, and I love a good 80s remix. Oh, nice. Didn't know that was a thing that people would do for Hell of a Boss. But yeah, I remember when we were like chasing after Goro at first, he was like mentioning something about his rash or some bullshit. he gets caught, like, we catch him, he's now a prisoner for the Matsumai, and we're trying to break him out, and he's like, I don't know, man. I mean, you know, the Matsumai treat their prisoners so well. I get fed, I get washed, even my rash is going away. And I'm just like, boy, that's just cleanliness. You don't need to be a prisoner for cleanliness. Come on, faster. I am really curious what Goro is like pretending to be a priest in this instance.
You're risking a lot to help me.
You may not be Matsumai, but you are my clan, Atsu.
You said you didn't want to know me.
Rash words, I regret. We are our father's twin wolves. No one can take that from us.
Aww. We had a difference in, like, you know, philosophies because of our dad passing away, but it's good to see we're reconciliating, like, twins or siblings, really.
Top of this mountain.
Not twins, siblings. The Azura Wind.
The path is more rubble than stairs.
Oh, I think I've been here
Find
before.
another way up.
Yeah, up this way.
We can climb up from there. I'll give you a boost.
I got here before, but I didn't have a way to...
Remember when Father would have us climb that cliff near our home?
Said it would give us the strong back of a swordsmith.
He just wanted to tire us out, so we'd sleep through the night.
It worked.
All right. Up we get. Come on. Hey! Dragon!
Hear that?
Why you do this to me?
We just need to wait it out. We can't have much food up there.
Bounty hunters. The Oni must have heard Matt Goro was still alive.
Let's do this quick and quiet.
Be surprised if that crazy bastard burned the shrine with himself inside, just to spite us.
Think of the Oni's reward. After that woman tried to assassinate him.
I wonder if it's... Okay, looks like we can't do a standoff with people.
Don't be shy!
Never mind. It looks like we still can. Animals don't wear clothes? That is so mean, Sir Dragon. Come on. Yeah! Alright, next group. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Idiot!
It's the audio!
Where is he? There you are. Get fucked.
That's the last of them. Mad Goro better still be at the summit.
Think positive, Atsu.
Think positively. Everyone wants a nice shirt. I guess so, Warhorse. When I get my shirt back, I will show off all the cool shirts I have made in the past. A part of me liked doing it in the past as well. I really wish I knew of a good way to, like, you know, swap from one shirt to another.
Way to the other side.
But I've not had much success. I've not had much success in figuring out, like, a good way without, like, just replicating the shirt model, like...
It's like you have no regard for your own life.
I won't die until every member of the Yōtei 6 is in the ground.
There are things, people, to live for beyond revenge.
But yeah, I want to try and find a way to change, like, the texture of my shirt. And, like, I don't want to do, like, a weird scummy way of being like, oh, let me just replicate this shirt, like, you know, over and over again. And so then that way I can do, like, a really easy, you know, utilizing the nodes that exist in Vignon to go from like one shirt to the other for swapping purposes, because then that can easily break my like, you know, my shirt removal redeem.
No, I can't climb that. Find me a more dignified path.
So I want to figure out if there's like I really wish Vignon had a way for me to be able to more easily swap textures or materials on the model, because right now the only way I'm doing that is because of clever Unity UI buttons, and because I'm exporting, like Vignon supports VC avatars where they're really just quite frankly a glorified Unity package like in a special wrapper. I'm able to use like Unity package, like, you know, native Unity stuff, like the UI elements.
The path is blocked. He's a hand, my lord.
Here we go.
Because you asked nicely.
So yeah, I don't like that's the thing. It's like a lot of VTuber like software, like especially 3D VTuber software. There's a lot of stuff for like, you know, you know, utilizing shape keys or the bones, but there isn't a really clever way of like texture swapping or anything like that. And I want to figure out how that's done. Someone did make a plugin for like, you know, coming up with like a custom shirt design.
I'm all right.
Ow.
Keep going. I'll find my way back.
Like a custom like hat or something like that, but the custom hat is like, you know, you put in a text element and the text element goes onto the hat. And I don't want to do that. I want to do textures, not fonts.
Cold. Must be the winds from further north.
So yeah, it's tricky to figure out. And the unfortunate thing is that there is like a lot of people that are more knowledgeable about like IT stuff, like programming wise, than myself. But because of like the weird Venn diagram, okay, cool, I got my shirt back. I can show off the what's-a-mahoozy stuff then. Because of like the weird element of like, you know, utilizing Vignon software for 3D VTubing and such, like the method that other people might use doesn't work perfectly well. Like Morse Amalgam, for instance, like he does like some weird, like, you know, he has an atlas for his textures. So then he does like, you know, just these shape key things that actually shift the atlas or what have you. But that doesn't work too great for me because I don't have a texture atlas for all these different shirt designs. These are all individual PNGs technically that are going into a material in Unity, and then I have a button that I press that simply says, hey, this shirt is now going to have this material. So this is the default material, shirt_default, but then I select a button that says Halo, which means I get this Halo shirt. And then I have one for Booster Pang, where I get this shirt. And then I had one for Halloween, which is, you know, this silly pumpkin. Dark Souls, God of War, Pornhub, D20s, The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars. I'm particularly a bit of a fan of this Star Wars shirt because there's like, you can barely see it, but there's like little specks of dust on it that make it look like stars and what have you. The Space Marines, the Dark Angels, Space Marines of the Ultramarines, Stack Up, the charity organization. All Titty is Good Titty, made by Unnamed Yeen. Like, there's all these different shirt designs. And then also here, I've got props. I've got a Master Chief hat, I got a birthday hat, I got the Santa hat that I want to fix, I got Sora's hair, which does something really weird with the lighting, but, you know, it is what it is. I have a bandana for Solid Snake nonsense. I've got these sunglasses, this terrible sci-fi helmet, a conductor's hat, which I was previously using at times when we reached a hype train, but quite frankly, we never reach hype trains on this stream because, you know, I'm a dumb zebra on the internet with barely any understanding on how to do social media or content creation to... Oh, someone was just sharing me a video on TikTok. I don't know how to do all these kinds of things. Oh, and then this terrible cowboy hat that I found off, like, Turbo Squid or something like that. That's doing, like, this really weird, you know, shiny, reflective thingy-majiggy.
Then?
What tangent did I come back from my phone call in the middle of? Oh, just me demonstrating, like, you know, this thingy-majiggy and, like, the different shirt, like, textures and what have you, and my personal desire of figuring out a way. Because one of the things I would love to have happen is creating like maybe a channel point redeem where people can where people
I'm
can
fine,
request,
Jubei. You worry too much.
like they can randomize the shirt texture, similar in vein to like, you know, the whole, you know, stealing my shirt redeem. But the problem is that I don't know of a good way without just manually without like just manually doing it myself on every channel point redeem.
I know.
In, you know, being able to change the texture via via Vignon. Because right now the way I do it is very manual, where there's buttons in the Unity package, and I click on the Unity buttons to change the shirt texture. There isn't a way within Vignon's nodes to be like, oh, this shirt is going to have this texture file instead, or anything like that. There's like material shifting with blend shape keys, but those only change the color of the texture file. So like it shifts the hue.
Do you remember the stories Mother used to tell us about Onryo? Ruthless spirits, wandering the land, driven by vengeance.
So yeah, welcome back, by the by, Erne, Zach.
What I am.
A ghost among the living.
I'm glad you found home with the Matsumae. But I can't escape that night.
What the Yōtei 6 did to us. I just pretend it happened to someone else.
Well, that's just a terrible way to go through life, but, you know, I'm not expecting, like, you know...
save his parents.
I'm not expecting you to have, like, you know, real smart coping mechanisms.
With my shame. And became a samurai who could protect his family.
I never blamed you.
Or are you?
Are they gonna hug? Are the siblings gonna hug, please?
When did the summon? Let's find Mad Goro and finish this.
He better not run this time.
If he does, I'll break his legs to match his teeth.
I'll hold him down for you.
So yeah. I'm glad that I have a sibling to rely on in real life.
When I'm there, I can hear Mother's shamisen, smell Father's forge.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You can't stay away forever, Jubei.
There we go. But yeah, sibling, like, I know some people don't have, like, a really good, like, it's not... I know a lot of people don't have, like, a crazy good time with, like, their siblings and what have you. It's not, like, not everyone has, like, a...
Purify yourselves.
Drop the act, Goro. We know it's you.
He may not be a real priest, but it is a real shrine.
Your mouth as well.
I'm going to kill him.
At least he's not running.
No, he's just stalling.
We did a community trick or treat event this morning, and while it was fun, it wiped me the fuck out.
Exceedingly.
Tell me how you escaped.
I feel like I would do
castle.
the same.
First, we must honor the
Because, like, I went for, like, putt-putt mini-golf with my mom. There was 18 holes of mini-golf, but I was tired of it by, like, the 9th hole. I'm gonna be 9th or 10th hole. Like, some people, like myself, are not, like, you know, equipped for, you know, socializing for long hours. Especially when leaving my home. Bow. 3. And then bow again. I can barely bow with the 3D model, but, you know, it's the intention.
Let us hope Kagutsuchi honors us with his blessing.
How did you escape Castle Ishikari?
That is a long tale from a previous life.
It appears your past isn't done with you. More bounty hunters are on their way.
God damn it, Mad Goro.
And we cannot dishonor this shrine with spilled blood.
He's hiding somewhere. Find him.
Okay, he's...
Maybe we should let them take you.
If I die, so do my secrets. But help me, and they are yours.
This is the last time.
Here, a gift from Kagutsuchi, the Kami of Fire.
The Oni raiders use this oil.
And now, so do you. Life is funny that way.
Ignite your to inflict fire to make your each strike reduces the length of the blaze. Serious? Hold, and then select for the Oni flame. And then...
Crazy bastard! He's not alone! On your... Kaito will pay well! Madman and a ghost! I have this job!
Kagutsuchi provides.
Is every bounty hunter in Ishikari playing after your head? Head, toes, and everything in between! Your blade looks thirsty for fire!
Nice.
There are more below.
Then what are you waiting for?
Yeah!
Was on call.
Need more fire? Would you two be serious for once? There's noise!
Yeah!
I forgot something at the shrine. Could we?
No.
It was a joke.
There's nowhere left to run! The only has his musket! Can't let bygones be bygones! Don't give them a quick death! The only wants them alive!
I guess not.
Give me a second. Gotcha. Get fucked. I'm winning. Yep, cool. Mad Goro is still alive after all this.
Such a shame. Oh, that's what happens when you attack a priest.
You're not a priest.
The harmony between you two is beautiful.
Come on. We're almost at the bottom.
He's just like, the harmony between you two. Ooh, I must be a priest.
Sadly, this is where we part ways.
No.
Wait.
Oh, right. Our deal. Beneath the Oni's castle is an abandoned mine that leads to the sea. You'll need a boat. There may be one hiding along the coast nearby.
Maybe.
It was there when I left it. Fair warning. The mine smells, it's dark, and you'll probably break your neck. Which is a shame, because it's rather lovely.
Is it?
Goodbye, Goro.
You're not honor-bound to arrest me?
Not today. Though I suggest you find a new profession. One within the law.
And that you're qualified for.
What could he be qualified for? Like, come on, Mad Goro. We volunteered to pass out candy, and there had to be at least 2,000 children. Jesus Christ! I didn't realize community events had so many kids.
But useful. Now we can sneak into the castle.
And kill the Oni. Together.
I'll find Magoro's boat. Knowing him, it will need repairs. Meet me there when you're ready.
Easy. Will do. Twin wolves, twin hearts. And we get ourselves a new quickfire weapon, which is the Fire Blade. Honestly, pretty cool. I do like just throwing dust at people and being like, pocket sand. It's pretty funny. Oh, hello, wolf. Nice try. One day, you're gonna be domesticated. I remember I was, like, in another stream. Like, fun fact, chat, I am absolutely terrible in remembering, you know, critical pieces of information. Izzy the Fat Wolf is, you know, much better at, remembering nonsense and, you know, proper factoids than yourself, GrantZeebs. I thought that back in the Great Depression that the United States government bailed out one cheese company or something like that. And that's how we got, like, so much fucking cheese. Nope, that was entirely false. What actually happened is that the farming industry was having a little bit of a struggle, and the government was like, hey, we're gonna help out the dairy farmers. And turns out there was so much fucking dairy, and they tried it, and the best way to, you know, preserve it and what have you was to turn it into cheese. But apparently during the Great Depression, no one fucking liked cheese, which is really weird considering where we are now with, you know, the opinions of cheese in the United States. The fuck? Yōtei nest. Alright, hang on. I need to get to here.
Hey, boy.
This way. Samurai Dale Gribble. Yep, basically so. I've actually, you know what I've been doing? I have been going through the, I've gone through, like, the King of the Hill series. It took me a few months to because I went from, like, start, because I've never seen King of the Hill before, and I heard that they were getting, like, a new season, and I was like, you know what, let's, like, you know, after so many years since its last season, like, you know, I decided to go through the first 13 seasons before jumping onto the brand new one they gave us. Ooh, hello. Let's kill him. But yeah, I went through, like, the earlier seasons of King of the Hill first, and it's so funny, and I quite enjoy it. The only complaint I have when going through the new season, is the fact that the VA for Dale Gribble, like, he sounds different. And, like, I understand that, like, you know, the idea of, you know, the 14th season of King of the Hill is that, you know, it's been at least 10 years kind of nonsense. But, quite frankly, I'm not a huge fan of, ooh, hello. What's this? I'm not a fan of how Dale Gribble sounds in the new season.
Rolling hills.
Nice.
And the wind in my hair.
Rolling hills and the wind in my hair.
Mother believed happiness came from the small things. And without
that is
them,
kind of true.
Our soul becomes sick.
It was a big change well after the voice actor. Oh, okay, so that's... I was aware that they changed the VA for John Redcorn, and the problem is that partway through, John Redcorn's VA changed again because the original VA for the new season of John Redcorn's VA died as well, which is really fucking tragic. Like, songs of well-being. Touches the heart, soothing and stroking the fire. Play this song to discover hot springs. Nice! Alright. Other than that small, thingamadiggy. Okay, I see where we need to go. Where's my horse? Horse? Homero? There you are.
That's it.
But no, I quite liked King of the Hill, and I've not yet finished Season 14, but I am looking forward to watching more King of the Hill. There is a person in, like, my private Discord. I used to have a community Discord, but I turned it into private because it is a lot of fucking work, you know, trying to manage Discord servers and what have you for community purposes, and I barely have the energy to properly, like, stream and do all the content creation, so trying to be a social media manager or for Discord is just as bad, or is not gonna help. And so, brain, come on, do it. Yeah, so they're one of my moderators, Velk Torum. They're not really knowledgeable about a lot of things. Like, popular media-wise, I should say. Like, they're a pretty smart cookie. That's why they're one of my moderators. But they do not have a lot of knowledge about, like, you know, popular media, like Parks and Recreation, The Office, Power Rangers. You know, just silly nonsense that people are huge fans on the internet would know and yada yada. Where the fuck is the... Where the fuck is the red dye shop? There we go. Alright. So yeah, so crimson dye. Like, I imagine that there's someone out here that we can go to get crimson dye, for our armor and weapons, but I don't fucking see them. Where the fuck can they be? Hello? Best way to, yeah. I'm pretty, like, the person they picked to be the VA for John Redcorn, I'm pretty sure he was also... Like, he was in Parks and Rec. I'm trying to remember his name or something like that, and it's unfortunate because I'm drawing a blank on him, and like, it's like, this is really unfortunate because because of that, like, weird, like, you know, Venn diagram of knowledge and such, where it's like, I don't have his name, but I know the things he's been in, and then, like, the random connection offset, which is like, oh, they reported his passing, but what a lot of news places have neglected to mention is that the what a lot of, like, news places have neglected to mention is that it's most likely that it was a hate crime that killed him as well.
Smells
like
good.
It wasn't just like it was a tragic series of events of, like, you know, a heart attack or a bad mugging or something like that. It's like, no, someone targeted him. I just wish I remembered what the fuck the VA's name was. I'm really bad with names.
Smells good. What's in the fire?
Salmon?
Of course.
So yeah, I'm really thankful that, you know, while I'm on, you know, Twitch or Discord and shit, people's names are just plastered right there. Ah, stretching! Ugh, stretch, stretch. There we go.
Admit it, my salmon was better than yours.
Only because it was fresh. You're nervous.
Earlier today, I performed the same rituals I always do before a battle. Donned my armor, meditated, even wrote the death poem.
You and your poetry.
None of it helped. I still feel the Oni's grip around my neck.
Well, I'm no samurai. But I have my own ritual of sorts. I like to make a fire and breathe in the smoke. And remember what it was like being pinned to that tree. And how I didn't die. Because I freed myself. That grip around your neck, it'll keep you alive. Let's go. Before the storm hits.
Tale of the Oni. This must be the final mission for the Oni. This might be the time when we actually do kill him. Would be good.
We should expect more guards this time.
I only hope the Oni didn't punish the Matsumai prisoners after our previous attempt.
He needs them to rebuild Saito's castle. Over there. We can use that rock to go ashore.
I don't see any mining equipment. We should have brought Mat Goro with us to make sure he was telling the truth.
Missing your new friend?
He's endearing, in his own way.
Alrighty.
That's a long way up. Do you think the Oni has any idea there's a mine hidden beneath his feet?
If he did, he'd find a way to exploit it.
The amount of lumber and metal and blood he stripped from this land. I wonder if Ishikari Plain will ever recover.
It'll be scarred. But you'd be surprised what nature can overcome.
Meaning?
Our family ginkgo tree. It's sprouting leaves.
It would be nice if he visited our the family homestead and what have you. I hope this isn't going to be a case of, you know, when we're done with the Oni, either he dies, or worse, he just fucks off and we never see him again. That would honestly be terrible. I really do hope we see him in, like, other areas again.
Campfire.
Mat Goro's?
Maybe.
Seems likely. Look. Oni Raider oil.
And a torch. Nice of him to leave behind something useful. I'll light the way. Or you could slip.
I'm not so clumsy.
To live with demons, sacrifices must be made. Like shitting alone. That is a little... Good attempt there, Goro.
This place does have a smell to it.
Musty. Like wet clothes.
Wait. Oh, come on, dude. Seriously, you're not gonna, like, hold the fire for us?
Look there. We can crawl through. Just watch where you put that torch.
Come on. I can see an exit.
It's a tight squeeze.
Keep moving forward. You're almost there. Atsu, look. Support beams.
I think we found the mine.
Dead miners. They've been here a while.
Looks like they were trapped in a cave-in. Through here!
Probably. So the cave-in most likely is what's hidden the way in and out.
Father created steel from a hole in the ground. It was like magic.
In another life, I might have followed in his footsteps.
You still could.
A master swordsmith must be steady, patient. I'm too restless.
People change. You may not always want to wander.
I am honestly curious how this game's like narrative is gonna go in the realm of like, you know, revenge and what have you, because the PlayStation titles, I will be real with you, especially during the PlayStation 5 era,
we now know where the
so many narratives. Why do I feel like he's gonna betray us?
It won't hold our weight.
Jinbei? Our brother? I don't think Jinbei, our brother, is going to betray us. I feel like what's gonna happen is that we're getting a little, like, you know...
Then his face.
We're getting, like, a little completion to, like, his, like emotions with him. I'm more worried of the fact that we're gonna go through the Oni questline, and I feel like this might be the last of the Oni questline, and we're gonna end up in a situation where he is going to die.
I see a weak point.
Which I do not want to see happen, because that would be, like, a little bit annoying to see, especially in this story, which is, like, this is a revenge-based story.
If I break this, I can pull you up.
Like, PlayStation 5 has a number of revenge-esque stories. We've got it in Spider-Man and in Spider-Man 2. We've got it in God of War. We got it in The Last of Us. There has been so... Like, there have been some... Granted, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but we have had stories on the PlayStation title where vengeance is, like, you know, an element in the story, and it's not like a subtle element. It's not like a... It's not a subtle element. So, I'm really worried that this one here is going to do the vengeance path again, but it's going to go into, like, a little more tropey, where it's going to be a case of, like, oh yeah, in our pursuit of revenge against the people who killed our family, even when we get a member of our family, like, returned to us, like, sure, we're still stuck on the headspace of revenge. I know we're going to do that. That's the point of the revenge plot line. But I'm worried that because of this pursuit, we're just going to experience, like, a family member dying all over again, which I'm not a fan of.
But me...
I want the family member to be alive and to either go through a change themselves that isn't just death.
And people talk of this ghost who killed the snake.
I want them to be, like, you know, able to be a person that can pull our character out from revenge. We have a lot of stories of either people getting through the revenge plot and, you know, being unsatisfied with it, and then, you know, being taught the lesson of, oh, they're a little bit of an empty husk. Or in the case of The Last of Us, where, you know, only through the ghosts of our past do we learn to, like, let go of the revenge and such. And it's just annoying that, you know, in the case of The Last of Us 2, we had 2 of our fingers bitten off before we decided to give up. Jesus Christ, woman. At that point, I didn't fucking care about revenge. She bit my fingers off. I'm gonna kill her. So yeah, meanwhile, God of War had, like, a pretty good one where, you know, vengeance, like, the ghosts of our past on vengeance and such like that because of the God of War trilogy. I've not played the God of War trilogy, but, you know, I've gone through God of War and God of War Ragnarok, so I feel like trying to go through God of War 1, 2, and 3 is going to be a bit of a weird feels. But yeah, like, the ghosts of our past for vengeance from the God of War trilogy back on the PlayStation 2 era plays into God of War from PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and, you know, that there plays into, you know, the narrative of, like, no, vengeance is not good, and it is through our, you know, discovery of that lesson that it is upon us to try and keep people from going down the path of vengeance and what have you. We did that towards Atreus. We tried to do that with Baldur, but that failed with Baldur, in which case we just killed him. Now, so yeah, so I just have a feeling something bad is going to happen. I have that feeling too. I feel like there's a phrase in, like, trope talks. This was used in, I think it's, like, Overly Sarcastic is the YouTube channel and such. And it was when they were talking about the ghosts of our past trope, and how can, like, it can almost have a similarity in terms of setup as a trope that, you know, the channel is not a fan of. And I'll be real with you, I don't like the idea of this trope either, which is to refrigerate your loved ones. Now, the reason for that phrasing, refrigerating our loved ones, is because famously, in a Green Lantern comic series, we were following one of the new Green Lanterns, Kyle Rayner, I believe was his name. He's like the 3rd or 4th Green Lantern in the series, and he's like the most creative of them all because he's like he's an artist or something like that. Any whoosies. In order to push like some weird narrative thing, they introduced only like a few issues ago a girlfriend for Kyle Rayner. And then within 1 or 2 issues later, a B-lister villain for Kyle Rayner kills his girlfriend and stuffs her in her fridge. This was done back in the like 1980s or 1990s after the events of Watchmen, where every comic book artist was like, oh shit, Alan Moore showed us that we need to be way more, or like, you know, harsh to our characters, and we need to do elements of like edge and grunge, because being a superhero should not be all flash and camp. And it's like, you're kind of missing some of the lessons that Alan Moore was trying to demonstrate in Watchmen, because Watchmen was very much a commentary on the comic industry when he wrote it, not a blueprint for how the comic industry should be progressing forward. Any whoosies. So yeah, so Kyle Rayner's girlfriend, she's killed and stuffed in a refrigerator, and that is used to, you know, motivate the main character to go on his like revenge thingy-madiggy. Here's the problem with the whole refrigerator thing. It really just, you know, weakens the love interest in the medium. And what's more is, more often than not, it's done to female love interests as well. Like, I don't know the name of Kyle Rayner's girlfriend. Very few people know the name of Kyle Rayner's girlfriend, but we remember the key thing of, oh yeah, she got killed and stuffed in a refrigerator because, you know, the plot needed to progress. And it's like, that's really dismissive of, you know, a person. Like a character in a series, in a narrative, to just be used as like a set piece for, hey, we need a MacGuffin to get someone to be motivated to go on a revenge streak or something like that. So, yeah.
Feel that breeze?
There must be an exit nearby.
So I really hope that Jinbei over here, our brother who we thought was dead all these years, who's actually alive and has been with Clan Matsume all this time, I'm really hoping he does stay alive, and we instead get, like, you know, some really good commentary about, like, how you move on from the crux of revenge. Because both of them are survivors of the night when the Yōtei 6 got into the homestead of the family, killed the parents, and burned the ginkgo tree. But they both left this in different fashions. Junbei barely, like, wants to confront it. He is afraid of his past, and he's ashamed of what he was back then as a child who was incapable of saving someone. So he goes into the life of, I want to become someone who would never get caught in that again, which is being the samurai who saves people, and that's why he kept to Clan Matsumai, who, you know, trained him, made him loyal, and yada yada. Whereas Asu, she went down the path of, this is my past, and I am going to, you know, enact the very tools of the people who killed my family in order to kill them. So while she is defined by her past, because like if she didn't have the past of, oh, the Yōtei 6 killed her parents and burned the family homestead and such, she would just be seen as a mercenary and, you know, not much to it. So while she's defined by her past, Jinbei is defined by the avoidance of his past. Jinbei is, like, would be seen by the samurai as, like, a good person regardless of his past, and the past is given flavor here. Whereas with Asu, you need her past in order to make her sympathetic in her pursuit of revenge and such.
This way.
So I'm really hoping that, you know, Jinbei stays alive after the events of this Oni quest line. So then that way...
I know you want to free the Matsumae, but if we get pinned down, the Oni could react.
They could help us.
We'll see once we're inside.
Thank you.
I hope she, like, by Jinbei staying alive, I hope he's used as, like, a connection for Asu to be able to, you know, step away from, like, the acts of revenge and what have you. So then that way, you know, it gives us a valuable lesson of, you know, the trauma of our past, while it is there and can scar us, it
Big jump
isn't
ahead.
the only thing about us.
Not a real path.
So, but we'll see how this game decides to play
Almost
it.
at the castle.
I just hope
Keep
Jubei
an
doesn't
eye
get
out for guards.
the refrigerator treatment.
We've been working them for days. Maybe it's on air. I can't take the smell anymore. If the moment comes down, I am not covering feet.
There we go. There we go. I am drunk as fuck, but I now have like full
Building
what's-mahoozies.
materials for repairing the castle's foundations.
We're close. Be ready.
Don't mind, Asu is just a little trippy. She's a little tipsy right now. Scorch bombs and arrows. Okay.
Faster! These repairs are taking too long. The Oni is not pleased.
Then he can do the work himself.
What did you say? Nothing. He said nothing. If you can talk, you are not working hard enough. You receive 10 lashes after you shift. No. Now it's 20. Get back to work!
You want to head back into town? I need a drink.
Alright, so there's 3 of them. Shit! Hang on. Climb back up again. And... chain assassination. Here we go! Yeah! Woo!
You're the ones who went after the Oni.
I hope we didn't make things worse for you.
It was the first time we felt hope in months.
Yes!
The Oni raiders do everything they can to make us forget we are samurai.
But you haven't forgotten.
Never.
I like assassination skills.
We're losing time.
She's right. Arm yourselves. For Clan Matsumai.
Clan Matsumai.
Jubei, help me with the door.
When these doors open, stay behind us. We will clear a path.
Alright.
The Oni raiders treated you worse than animals. Reclaim your honor with their blood.
Alrighty.
Attack! You know how to use my sword? Ally escaping! Come! Call for reinforcements! With us! She is back!
We're almost there!
Don't fall behind!
We need to spread out. Pick them all at once. Pick up weapons as you find them.
Alright. There we go. And... you gotta love a prison break.
Take these weapons! Pushing forward!
Yeah! Prison break! Oh, okay. No, leave him. I guess we're leaving him suffering because we're holding a sword right now.
Don't let them reach the stars!
Death to the Oni Raiders!
To the keep!
I love that I'm able to like just hold on to their swords, because it's just a nice little like, oh, let me just. Nice. So you're just holding them prisoner? Fair enough. Fair enough. Here we go. Here we go.
The courtyard is behind those doors. Juve, with me.
All right.
Ready?
Pull!
Yeah! For Clan Matsumai! There we go.
The Oni should be in the keep.
Right behind you!
No, you gotta die.
My lord!
You have to close my eyes, but you're still listening.
prisoners.
All good. All good.
Go. They need you.
Come with me.
You are the samurai. I am something else. This is the way it should be.
We are our father's twin wolves.
No one can take that from us.
Ugh, excuse me.
Go no further. It will stray. First, humiliate me in the ring. Then, free my prisoner.
I was hoping you'd show your face, Kata. This time I'll hurt more than your pride.
That's for how you treated your prisoners.
Go. Pick up the sake, and here we go. Mr. Wolfgoo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You love Ghost of Yōtei? Nice. I have gone through like a number of streams of Ghost of Yōtei, and I'm only now deciding to go through more of the main story.
He defied Lord Saito.
So
You tried to burn me alive.
Do you think I enjoy setting fire to children? I am a general, a war hero. I should be on a battlefield, not repairing this rotting and molding castle for someone else.
Too bad.
But I must do as my lord commands.
The demon of Ishikari Plain, blaming everyone but himself. What would your men say if they could hear you now?
Draw your sword.
Here we are. You completed Ghost of Tsushima recently. I completed that like before I did streaming, and it was honestly an enjoyable game. And I'm pretty sure it was like one of the few games I even did a platinum trophy on the PlayStation 4. That and Marvel's Spider-Man before they started releasing DLC and all that. Oh boy. He has a giant fucking sword. fuck you.
They may call you an Undio, but you are still that scared little girl.
Yes!
Your father deserved to die. He was disloyal.
He was loyal to his family.
Oh, no, he's just... Damn it! Alright, so the Yari is not the... Here we go.
They may call you an Undio, but you are still that scared little girl.
Come on, you can do it! Yeah, I have Fireball now! Ow! God damn you! Am I gonna get a second phase now and I have to go through all that again with less resources? Oh, God.
There's the face I remember.
I'll find you, brother, next.
Yeah. Nah, it's gonna be tricky.
There's the face I remember.
This time, you won't escape.
He has a giant fucking katana.
There's the face I remember.
Damn it! One-winged angel plays. I have no idea what one-winged angel sounds like properly in my head.
Remember.
Yeah, thank you, Wolf.
I will pin you to that damn tree again and make your brother watch.
I am a hero. Lord Saito's greatest general.
They may call you.
Damn it!
I'll find your brother next.
Let's try the Yari. Maybe the Yari is the trick.
There's the face I remember.
Yeah!
I will pin you to that damn tree again and make your brother watch.
I am a hero. Lord Saito's greatest general.
They may call you Oni. You're just a bitter old man.
Damn it! On.
I will pin you to that damn tree again and make your brother watch.
I am a hero. Lord Saito's greatest general.
They may call you Oni. But you're just a bitter old man. Tonight I avenge my father.
He is a rotting corpse.
Hi there, punk! Hi. Oh, Jesus! There we go. Here we go, here we go. Oh, Jesus! Stay alive! Shit! Gotcha! Where's my... Come on. Oh, Jesus! Yes! Oh! Let's pretend that was my first try.
Crawl.
How's it going, punk? My first of the Yōtei 6 besides Snake. Snake was like, doesn't count. Snake was at the start.
Or is dead.
You are no warrior.
Ooh, okay, so 2 peeps. Nice. And our brother did not die during this revenge. Excellent.
Only radar reinforcements. We need to go.
Nice, nice, nice. The tale of the Oni has passed.
It's over.
For the Oni.
You'll continue the hunt. I need to report to Clan Matsumai High Command. But once that's done, will I find you at home?
Maybe.
If you want to.
I will do whatever it takes to bring our family peace. You are not alone, Atsu.
Neither are you.
I'd better get back.
See you around, brother.
You took your time coming home.
Someone with a grudge is picking off members of our old gang. Not exactly something to rush back to.
So you were afraid?
Well, of course.
Forgive us, Father. There is no excuse.
You are my sons. The dragon and the spider. Your actions, or in this case inaction, reflects upon me.
Our mission was a success. We are one step closer to achieving our vision for the North. His vision.
Maybe if you weren't blind drunk all the time, you'd manage a vision of your own. Then again, maybe not. Come.
I don't know if Saito does treat his sons fairly here. Good quip about, like, the blind drunk thingamadiggy, but once again, you're doing it to your sons. Like, come on, man. Onryo armor has been upgraded! Hell yeah. So more of the...
Oni is gone, Father. And your twin wolves are together again. I should continue my hunt. The Kitunes and Teshio Ridge.
So that's Toshi. So that's the Oni, the snake. Range, Ijo, the horned Watsumahuzi, Kappa, Fire Tengu, Iron Mantle. I like this one personally, the Dead Man's Scraps. Although, Mercenary Mask might be... Yeah, let's switch to Mercenary Masks rather than going with, like, the Blood one. And then... So Bountiful Harvest is increasing wood, flowers, and plants. We're going to keep that one on. Reduces all damage taken by a mana or mount. So we need to solve a Mountain Reliquary puzzle. Dual attack Tempest deals a major amount of additional damage. Increases damage of thrown weapons by a moderate amount. Defeat enemies with their own weapon. Headshot kills have a minor chance to terrify nearby enemies. Defeat enemies with a single headshot. Throat and sake will briefly blind them. Increase the sake, quickfire damage, deal a little while low health, healing costs 1/3 of max spirit. Automatically ignite your weapon by parrying a fire attack or blocking a fire weapon while ignited. Standoff victories earn additional spirit per kill. If disarmed, your weapon lands close to you and you earn a sake barrel. Alright. I'm probably going to move Bountiful Harvest down there. But let's... Because I think there's a major charm. Okay, so that's a utility charm, which increases the amount of metals and black powder. That honestly might be a good one. Maximum standoff streak is increased by 1. Ooh, okay. Hang on, what's Father's Charm doing? Perfect parries gain a moderate amount of health. Yep, I'm gonna keep that one. So that's visiting a hot... So that will improve with more hot springs visited. Let's go with this one. Let's increase the standoff. Bountiful Harvest, meanwhile, we're gonna change to this one here. And then this can turn into Bountiful Harvest. Or actually... Yeah, keep that as Bountiful Harvest. And we can upgrade the Onryo arm... Or the... Is the Onryo armor already upgraded? Hang on a second. Oh, okay, so we get armbands. That's what's changed. Because that's what our armor looked like, and now it's like this. Endless Sky and Lone Wolf. And then... So that can be upgraded. This is fully upgraded right now. And then... So that will help us find hot springs. This will help us find bamboo strikes. We need to find more hot springs, but that will be That will be an off-stream thing.
Go, Omura.
Things should get easier.
Back through the valley we go. Although, it doesn't look like there's an obvious way for us to get back out. Darn it.
Go, go.
Is it down this way? Nope. How the fuck do we get out of this? Let's just check out what the Onryo gift is. Oh, hello.
You can almost tell this one's me.
A ruthless killer who assassinated the Oni and led an uprising at Ishikari Castle. She is no friend of the people, just a murderer. I can see why people would think this. Taro's shop of prime salvage goods has new wares for Ezo's vengeful spirit. Find me west of Oraha Plains. Even a ghost needs some help from time to time. I guess this is an altar, so I pray that you haunt those Yōtei 6 bastards, and that none of the dead I scavenge haunt me. Good for me.
Hunnahe, Kakema. Have something to barter? Care to look at some new items, Kakema?
Hey, look at that.
A good exchange. A fine item. Here it is.
Might as well purchase all these. I've got plenty of resources.
It is yours now. Be well.
From bows to quivers, I offer only the best. You'd be quite deadly with these, I'm sure.
Shinobi steel and gun parts. Shinobi steel and gun parts.
I should probably get going soon.
Oni was the perfect name for that monster.
Say, friend, I may have a bounty that requires a specific set of deadly skills.
Who's the target?
You ever hear of a thief named Shiro the Swindler?
Nope.
Can't say I know the name. Where do I find him?
Turns out he's here, in Ishikari Plain, by the cliffs near Jigoku Fortress. Be careful. He's good with a rifle.
You can almost tell this one's me.
Bloody Springs Hachibi.
Oh, yai. Such a sweet old bird, wasn't she?
Deadly, too.
Nobody's perfect.
Alright, cool. Got that gold out of the way.
All the fighting going around in these parts is pointless.
Alright. So that's where the Swindler is. Encampment is there. We've completed the mass quarry. There's a storyteller's thing, an altar, a technique, abandoned fishing camp. So there is a lot of things I can be doing here as side quests. Then there's the dye house over here, wolf spirit thing, bamboo over here, Yōtei thingamadiggy there. Dojo and the white deer thingamadoogs. Do I want to talk to the sensei before I leave this place? Because I need to get to here for the kitsune. And then there's like... Monk, resting stop, crossing, a secluded camp. A lot of this place I have not, like, properly explored, I will be real with you. A lot of gray. Or a lot of, like, you know, none filled in gray here, and there, and up here, and over, and all across this. Alright, so so that's cartographer nonsense. That's cartographer nonsense. You know what? I'm going to get the sensei done. I do honestly feel like that this might honestly be like a proper... Like, I know it's not explicitly main story, but considering, like, we had to go through the dual katana, like, sensei, like, proper before we could progress any further, I imagine that this one here is sort of in that same realm where it is technically a side quest, but I feel like it is, you know, sort of a valuable side quest, because the Yari was so useful against the Oni, and we probably would have gotten, like, some sort of spirit attack that would have been way more helpful against the Oni. So, yeah, I'm kind of, like, regretful that I didn't complete that. I was just so headstrong in the mindset of, I need to do main story thingamadiggy this stream, that it might have been to, like, technically a detriment because of that.
You are not ready yet. But if you continue your training, one day you will be. Strike the tree.
Sensei Takahashi.
Welcome, Atsu. That's enough for today. You are dismissed.
Yes, Sensei.
Because this would have gotten us a spirit attack with the Yari, which is probably would be helpful.
Than that island where we first met.
Thanks to you. My students have returned from the lumberyard, and Kotetsu has already forged spearheads for them. We will become a force the raiders cannot ignore.
I have continued the path of the Yari.
Then you are ready for your next lesson. Strike this persimmon tree with your spear. Do not hesitate, just strike.
I don't understand. Nothing happened.
Every weapon here is from a fallen student, or one who has mastered the Yari.
Which is which?
It does not matter. They all symbolize a pupil whose time with me has come to an end. This stubborn tree does not share its fruit easily, but it can be convinced. When you are able to strike this tree so it drops a single fruit, your time with me will be complete.
When that day comes, I'll take a bite and let you have the rest. I hate persimmon.
I look forward to that day. Now, let's continue your training. Come with me.
Alright.
It's clear you're ready for more advanced techniques.
More than ready.
Good. Your next lesson will be inside the dojo.
Alright. This probably would have been a very helpful mission to get done, quite frankly. Stretching neck.
These scrolls depend
there we go.
technique, the Thundering Wave. Read them. Tell me what you see.
Oh, lol. There's a triangle and circle on that one. I wonder what buttons we're gonna press for this technique.
It opens by swinging the Yari in a large arc.
To give you space on the battlefield.
Yep.
Followed by a charge.
Where you will carry your enemy on the end of your spear.
Like a fish.
And then finally...
It ends with your enemy thrown off their feet.
It is an advanced technique.
Why are you showing it to me now?
Because I intend to unleash my full fury against the raiders. No more hiding. No more holding back. Now, try it on these scroll targets.
Costs 1 spirit. Here we go.
Again.
Alright. Yeah, this would have been a good move against him.
Excellent, Atsu.
I now know the pattern that we'll probably go through going forward when going against like Kitsune and Spider and Dragon. Find the senseis in the area, get through the senseis in the area, and then get through the main story.
Shipping time sponsored by Server Dogs 18.
Thank you, Sir Dragon. Yeah.
Keep pushing forward! Follow Atsu!
Yeah!
Takahashi! You pay for defying the Oni Raiders!
Oh, he's still alive.
Onyo! Stay back! Onyo! Stay back!
The Raiders will pay for this.
Yeah! Damn it! This would have been such a good move against the Oni!
Nishikawa was one of my younger students.
They won't get away with this.
Remember what I said before. No task is impossible. With our help, we will be victorious, and Ishikari Plain will be free.
The way of the Yari complete. Nice. Hopefully there's no more mission. Is there more missions for the Yari, or was that it? Let's see. Nope, there was. There was one more to do, then there was the bomb kit, and then the burning of Castle Ishikari. Oh my god. Shit! God damn, this game! Oh!
This is where Ina wanted to meet.
The side quests are important! It's not just random nonsense to, like, you know, keep your, to like, you know, just give you random, like, buffs and such. It's like, nope, these would be important things to complete. Ah! Sucker punch! Fucking awesome.
Ready to rob some Oni Raiders? The stash is somewhere up on Bear Rock.
Lead the way.
You clever bastards. Alright. Let's... Up we go, up we go. Oh, I wasn't meant to be up here. Okay, never mind. Okay, the flame-breathing hat is cool. That's not how I wanted that to go. But I still have my cool hat.
The Raiders will regret ever looking my way when I'm done with this bomb.
Yet you say you weren't trained as a bomb maker.
I am a Hanabi master. like the rest of my family.
Hanabi?
Fireworks?
You seen them?
Oh,
Only
okay, that's what
once.
they are.
In the south. It was like a flower bursting with flames.
I'm guessing
the raiders
fireworks
around
and
here.
explosives go very closely hand in hand. There we go. Fireworks and, like, explosions, very, very similar. But fireworks is just, you know, ooh, ah, spectacle. Meanwhile,
How did you go
explosions
from
are...
making fireworks to bombs.
Oosh.
It wasn't pretty. Wait. See that cave up ahead?
Probably where they hid the stash.
Here we...
What's in here?
Bear! Stay back!
Bears and bear dog.
Success! I don't know if they wanted me to, like, you know, just
Barely an igniter here.
firebomb it so much, but
You said they bring in
it got the
parts of
job
this
done.
stuff. If we find the road they use,
We could catch the next shipment. Oh, hold on. There's something else in here.
Oh?
looks like some kind of bomb.
Ugh, horribly made. No wonder they want mine so badly.
I'll take them. Might as well put them to good use.
Suit yourself.
Oh, okay, so that's probably to blind them and what have you, rather than, you know, firebomb. Pick up the steel.
Those bombs are made to blind your target. Once they go off, you'll have to attack before they regain their senses.
They'll never see us coming.
Like ghosts in the night.
Like ghosts in Yōtei.
Raiders.
I can just
All
chain
that
it.
noise. Must be bears again.
We wait for the shipment. Let the new recruits deal with the beasts.
Nice.
Safe to come out. Sounds like they were waiting for a shipment.
Let me take a look. Atsu, over here.
Oop. No, just dropping the spear. No props. Oh, okay.
A cart full of niter.
Ready for the taking.
Let's move.
This way. Keep an eye out for raiders.
I wanted to do a chain assassination. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
There's more.
Where the fuck is... Never mind, they're all dead, I'm pretty sure at this point. There we go.
That is a lot of niter. What kind of bomb are you making?
A special brew. Just for the Oni raiders.
Ah, this is gonna be a
These
big
demons were in my
explosion.
family's workshop. All the fireworks went off and I survived. Used what I know to make bombs to defend myself.
Yep.
Suddenly, I was useful to the raiders.
You want revenge.
I want
Who
to be
doesn't?
left alone. To grieve. Anyway, don't worry about me. I can get this back to the workshop myself.
Sensei Takahashi is training fighters to get rid of the raiders. He could use your skills.
Sounds like the right kind of trouble to me. I'll make sure to pay him a visit.
Nice.
Ina, be careful.
Always. Oh, and do me a favor. Bring me those new bombs you found. No friend of mine should be using bombs of such inferior make.
Cool. Cool. Alright. Yep, so the burning of Castle Whatsamahoozies. I now know the pattern that we should be doing when going into like new regions and such. Find the senseis, finish the senseis mission quest lines, and then go for the Onis. Or not for the Onis, for the Yōtei 6.
Atsu, Ina and I need you to settle a debate.
Do we
Once
now?
the Oni Raiders fall, we will need new banners to fly over Ishikari Plain.
But we cannot decide on a replacement.
They're just scraps of cloth.
They are symbols of hope, of unity. I prefer one that represents the people and their resilience.
What Ishikari Plain needs is change. The winds of this land symbolize that best.
Ina is right. This is a time of change.
Then the choice
I like the 5 dots because
We will
my
fly our new
like cyborg
banners as we
character
push
Taylor
the raiders out
Matsumoto
of Ishikari
uses like the
Castle
Matsumoto
once
symbol,
and
which
for
is like the 5
You're
dots, but
attacking the castle?
you know.
You could have led with that.
Come, we'll tell you our plan. Sensei Takahashi and his students have been holding their own against the Oni Raiders.
But we'll never be rid of those dogs so long as they have a fortress.
Taking the castle is one thing. Holding it is another.
We are not going to hold it.
We're going to destroy it.
Nice. Oh, with a mortar. That looks like a mortar.
Firepower.
Then it's a good thing we stole this.
The bow here will be positioned to attack the main gate, but we're depending on you to draw the raiders
Oh,
out.
there's a shrine there I should be
Why
going
me?
to.
They won't ignore the woman who killed their beloved Oni.
While you have the raiders distracted, Ina and I will burn down the castle from the inside.
Just
The students
Oh.
will be with us. The
Okay, so
people
maybe
of
there's
Ishikari
some
Plain
factor
must
of
see
the
that we can
Sensei
stand
questline that
on
can't
our
be
own.
done until we deal with the
You
Yōtei
mean
6.
without Clan
Either or,
Matsumoto?
probably need to deal with the
our
Sensei
home,
storyline
not
when we get into the new
Once you're in
regions and
position,
before we fully
look for our
complete the Oni.
Then
So there's like
unleash
2
hell.
quest lines we should be trying to go, like, you know, one after the other, so then that way, narratively, you know, it's all together rather than, you know, rushing through the main storyline and then going through cleanup and then having these things of like, oh, damn, if I did this quest line earlier, then I would have...
Ina should be in position.
Yeah. Alright.
There's the signal.
Alrighty then, we are now burning the place.
Time to get their attention.
Someone there? The Oni's assassin! Kill him! Stand with the audio!
That's right. Come and get me.
Come on, you can do this. Just a real personal fuck you to them.
Look! The castle is burning!
Nice.
Lord Saito has lost his future seat of power.
Yes.
The castle! Retreat! Ishikari Castle has fallen! They're running! Cut them down!
Hurry up!
Is that all of them? Yeah, that's all of them. All it took was a few explosions.
Almost as beautiful as fireworks.
Your students fought well.
They have earned a good night's rest.
Rest? We need to celebrate.
You're right. Let us eat and drink. Tomorrow, we rebuild.
My head.
Ah, too much sake.
The castle's still burning. Ina? Sensei Takahashi? Where is everyone?
Let's see. Let's follow the sake. Here we go.
Raiders are nowhere to be seen.
Where am I going?
That Ina woman. She looks small, but she can hold her sake.
Oh my god, you're drunk as well. Jesus, everyone had a drink.
You look worse than death.
That was quite a night. You hungry?
Always.
Always.
Yeah. I know what our girl is about. She always hungry. She always wants to eat.
Nothing like a warm breakfast on a belly full of sake.
So, what happens now?
Without the Oni or his castle, the raiders will scatter.
Ishikari Plain is free.
Your students and your family can finally be at peace.
Thank you, Atsu.
Don't let these banners be just for show. The wind may represent change, but you're the ones who will bring it.
And I thought I was the sensei.
See you around.
There we go.
My hammer's ready for you. I have some new ideas for that armor of yours.
Nice. So wait, what's changing when we... Okay, we don't know what's changing, so let's just buy everything and then
That's
see.
good work right there.
Oh, assassinating an enemy has a guaranteed chance of dropping sake. Nice, drinking sake grants a major amount of spirit. So the mercenary attire is very much for stealthing nonsense. Cool, cool, cool.
Only for you.
Honorable thief.
It is good to see Bold Kaji Forge back in the hands of its blacksmiths. You did a good thing here, Atsu.
Kotetsu's family gets to see him again. That's what matters.
Alright. I must seek out altars of reflection and learn all Yari techniques to drop the fruit from the permission tree. Oh, okay. Hang on. So there's an altar of reflection there, altar of reflection there. Okay, so I just need to go to the altar of reflections, get the Yaris, and then we're good. So this part is obviously like, you know, filler nonsense. So this part would be, so that would be filler. All right, let's get the altar of reflection here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we need another. So we need like 4 in total. Increase the stagger against sickles. That's just going to be a good essential to do. And then we look for another Altar of Reflection. That's the Matsumai encampment, Massman's Quarry. So there must be an, yep, Altar of Reflection over there. Alright, here we go. Up, up, up and away. Oh, we were at this hot spring before. Never mind. Okay, doesn't matter. Come on. Alright, can't get down from that direction, so we go down via this way. More copper ore is fine by me. Now, where is a wall to climb? Alright, there's something to climb. Yep, this should lead to the shrine. I can see, like, some figures here. There we go. And there's the altar. Thank you for the birch wood. Give a quick bow. Torrential, a powerful follow-up attack after the Typhoon Kick. Nice. Time to fully thingy-majiggy, and that's... Yep, cool, cool, cool. So there's an unknown outpost. Speak with the commander about some lost souls. Shiro the Swindler. So, Oni Breath. Bear Rock. Village, an encampment again. The Fire Cricket Canyon. Oh, an Altar Reflection over there as well, and then a thingamadiggy there. Alright, we'll head to the Coastal Clave to get to the Altar Reflection. Is it in the cave? Didn't think it would be in the cave. Hey, Big DJ! Welcome, welcome. I just got done with clearing out the Oni from Ishikari Plains, and I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I need to go to the bathroom. I cannot hold this piss in. 1 second. I'm so sorry, Big DJ. I am so sorry. Ah! Go check out Izzy. Go donate to their coffee. Go sacrifice your mortal wares and all your financial well-being to Izzy. Do it. Do it, chat. Do it right now for me, for Izzy, for the cat. Sacrifice all mortal possessions to Izzy the fat cat. This is not a threat. Hey, I love that spinning emote you got there, Blue. That's honestly really cool. Can we get a shout out for Blue, Foxy, and Icy?
So, you're the new cleaning lady, huh? Follow me.
I find that very insulting. How dare you call me a cleaning lady? Do I look like a cleaning lady to him, chat? Besides the... You're doing good? You're grinding PvP before the season runs out? Oh my god, that's right. There's PvP and Velk wants me to play PvP. What the fuck? I once knew a girl, years ago. She was my childhood friend, my cherished princess. Not if you don't want to. And then, I love how Velk says, not if you don't want to. And then Savage is like, don't do it. Do not go down the PvP route. The salt content will be too high. Too sure about my third attempt for stealth? But I am so sorry, Big DJ. I thought I could hold it in, but I could not. That guy. I'm gonna whistle to get his attention. I am so sorry. Like, alright. So, enough of that. Slot you in. And stop the dancing. So yeah, so I went through, so you'll notice like the cloth on the character Asu. Here we go. The cloth on the character Asu has like a number of names written on it. And we've crossed out the snake, who was like, you know, the boss at the very start of the game before we even like got through like more of the game. And then the second name, the Oni, has just recently been crossed off as well. And right now, one of the things I'm trying to do is find some Altar of Reflections. I told myself I was going to focus mainly on the main storyline quests. And I've got through the main storyline of this particular area of the Ishikari Plains, and then I've learned that, oh, I probably could have had an easier time against the boss if I actually went and oh fuck. Okay, so probably on this side I want to climb up. I would have had an easier time with the boss if I actually went through the like sensei's thingy-madiggy for the Yari, so then that way I was able to get, like, you know, some focus abilities that would have been, you know, strong against the dude, because he had a massive fucking sword. Thank you for the fire lilies. Jump across to this. Jump up to that. So yeah, so right now I'm just really quickly getting through the, I'm getting through, like, some Altar of Reflections to get the Yari, like, fully upgraded and such, so then that way we can get the Sensei mission done in this area. Because I think I figured out the pattern that this game wants me to do. Like, it's not like Dying Light or Dying Light 2, where there's just so much side content that you're kind of, you know, lost on where to go in terms of, like, pacing of main content versus side content. So with this one, however, it has a decent mix. Like, you've got, like, fox dens and all that kind of nonsense, don't you worry. That's just simply, oh, here's things to make you stronger. Visit hot springs, find fox dens, yada yada. So for this one, instead, they have you... Okay, there's the altar. This one, instead, the way I think it wants you to do is, if you get into a new area, find out who the senseis and the teachers are. Once you find the teachers, you go through the teachers' storylines and what have you, so then that way, as you, like, you know, complete the, you know, the teachers' lessons and all that kind of nonsense, you then have an easier time going against, like, the major boss that's in this area that's from the Yōtei 6. Knowing my luck, they probably want to draw out from all the way up there. Also, I need to make sure that the gear I am wearing... Is there... Alright, hang on a second. I am going to... Lone Wolf Straw Hat. With nothing... Actually... Nothing on the thing. Changing to... Yep. Visiting hot springs. Completing Sume paintings. Defeating enemies with something or other. Staggering with thrown sake jars. Staggering brutes. Defeating enemies with a thingy-thingy-thingy-thingy. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm just, increase the amount of sake. Bountiful harvest. I'm just doing this, so then that way it's like a lot more, so this is like the exploratory, gear.
Ooh. I wonder what's up here.
So yeah. How's it going on your side of things, Big DJ? You get up to anything good? So someone here has put like a little drawing session.
Stones stand against the waves, watched over by the mountain.
Yep, someone thought it would be a nice idea to go here to, you know, draw shit. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just swiping like really quickly. I swiped so quickly. I just was like, you know, running my finger over the touchpad being like, let's get this painting done. Nice. Alright. So we've done that. We can go to you for bomb nonsense. We can go to you for map nonsense. We need to take you on. Solver, create tower thing. Abilities that use spirits of you gain 1 spirit. Oh, I've already done the slices here. That doesn't matter.
Come, Homura.
Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. So yeah, because that should be an outpost that has an altar of reflection. We go through the altar of reflection there, which gets rid of...
Raiders hold the gates.
Which means we just need to find an alternative way, which is most likely through here.
Didn't Shiro's bounty poster mention a cliffside by a fortress? Must be Shiro's camp. Looks like no one's home. He's been sleeping here. Out of sight, close to the walls. What are you up to, Shiro?
Alrighty. Unavailable? Are you serious? Oh, okay, let's look for more clues. Hang on.
Bullets. Shiro has a musket. Better be careful.
Yep.
It's my lucky day.
You asshole.
I came here to collect on Shiro's bounty, and found myself a bigger prize. The woman who killed the Oni.
Then you know not to get between me and my target.
I'll take my chances. Your bounty will keep me fed until the end of my days.
You're gonna fail. Never mind. Okay.
Kind of you to keep him standing still.
I'm guessing you're the Ronin camping by the cliffside.
Please, call me Shiro.
Not the same Shiro with a bounty on his head?
My bounty's a pittance. A woman of exceptional talent deserves exceptional pay.
Flattery won't stop me from bringing you in.
And if I said I could make us rich?
Lol. How?
The Oni raiders keep their money in this fortress. I mean to liberate every last coin. I'll go halves with you. We'll rob the raiders blind and walk away rich.
Sure.
Nice try.
You don't believe me?
I don't trust you.
You shouldn't trust me. I'm a wanted man bargaining for his life.
I love how Shiro's like, you shouldn't trust me anyway. But still, think about the money.
How much money are you planning to lift?
More than you'll make in a year hunting poor Ronin like me. So, are you in?
All right. But if you cross me, I'm collecting your bounty.
Either way, you get paid.
Yeah, I suppose.
Expect a small army of raiders between us and our money. Are you ready?
As I'll ever be.
Then follow me.
This is about as good as we're gonna get. Alright.
The only raiders collect tribute for Lord Saito's war. Merchants, farmers, beggars. Everybody pays.
This tribute. You're sure it's locked inside this fortress?
That's right. And I know the way in.
We just need to break open that.
Gate. This fence was reached.
Make yourself useful.
An iron hook. Resourceful.
Bam. There we go.
Yōtei, help me up this ledge.
Don't even think of running away.
I wouldn't dream of it.
I think he would. I think he would run away if he could.
We're nearly in. Take a look.
Oni raiders on guard duty.
Fewer than usual. And lucky for us, the fortress commander's out on patrol.
Cool.
That bridge is our next problem. We'll be exposed to archers on the gate.
There's no way around it. Just move quick and take out their archers before they put an arrow in you.
Once we're past the gates, how do we get to the money?
I know a quick path around the walls. By the time the commander returns, we'll be in the wind. Let's go.
Seriously, that's it? Just let's go?
I gotta see what that is.
Nice. I didn't realize that those guys were, like, right down there, but hey, at least we got to them without, you know... We haven't broken stealth.
Ishikari Plain belongs to the Oni! You're a fool to resist us!
Go. Oh.
The bridge is behind this gate.
All right. Okay, so that's why the
hope the
little
gods on the other
fate to
side
black
haven't
thing. Never
noticed us
mind.
yet.
Never mind. I was worried for a minute.
They definitely know we're here.
Between my rifle and your steel, it'll be no problem.
It will definitely be a problem.
Turn back now.
This'll all be worth it.
Honestly, this guy.
Trust me.
Hi there, Bookie. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. All right, where is... Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. Hi, how's it going? Nothing like lunch in a zebra stream? Nice! Although it is only 11:40, so you're having lunch a little bit early, but I guess that's fine.
Keep those archers off me.
Go. Oh, the wolf. Nice. I didn't realize the wolf was gonna pop up there. Thank you. Fuck you. Yeah! No! God damn you! Stupid fire. I feel it's a bit late to call it brunch, but hey, food is food. Yeah, it's a bit late to call it brunch. Yeah!
She's a monster!
Yeah! There we go. Thankfully. Did not die that time.
Come on.
Did not die this time. Alright. Is this a game, a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima? Yes, it is. It's set like hundreds of years into the, like after the events of Ghost of Tsushima though. So it's not like you're going to be able to find Jin in this game. Whoa, shit. Shiro? Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were actually in danger, but never mind.
These paths should take us around the fortress. I wager we're past the worst of it.
Don't push your luck.
What else do you do with luck?
Press on to the money.
The ocean
To the
always reminds me
money.
of home.
Where's that?
Oshima Coast, near Matsumai Castle. Not that a poor, hungry orphan ever got near it. We're almost there.
More of them.
Today. This way.
Darn it. I was hoping not to have gotten hit during all that, but I guess I don't get to be fortunate. I like how Big DJ calls it Brinner. It's breakfast and dinner if you skip lunch.
Feast your eyes on all that tribute.
Remember our deal.
Oh, I recall. We'll go halves. Or you'll divide me in two.
Uh-huh.
Ghost of Yōtei? More like Ghost of Yōtei your shoes.
Oh, this
I was
money's going to
thinking
change
of that
my
for like
life.
5 minutes.
It just took a while because I wasn't there. Hi, Code. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? You doing good?
I should thank you for
I'm
killing
doing good.
all my guards.
Finally sort of
You
awake.
saved me the trouble of executing them for letting you in.
Nice.
You must be the master of the house.
Well, I mean, I had
The Oni left me in
work
command
last
of
night,
this
and
fortress.
it has been
I'm going to
pissing
decorate
down
its
rain
walls.
today.
Oh, okay, okay.
Shiro, cover me.
We don't
Alright,
have
I went
like any
out-
storms coming up, do we?
One between his eyes.
Well, probably none that'd be in your area, but I went out the front just to go and collect the mail, and holy crap, there's a river going down the front of my place. Kind of glad that we've got decent drainage in our area. Although now the control panel for my heater is acting up.
Darn it, darn it, darn it.
I'm sorry, did I distract you?
Nah, you didn't. I'm just not doing too good, is all.
So I'm guessing the red is unblockable attacks?
Yeah, red is unblockable, blue is blockable.
Okay, so it's about trying to figure out which ones to block, which ones to evade.
Yeah.
Ooh. He's using that shield to his advantage.
Yeah, he is. Hang on. Pocket sand.
Pocket sand!
Pocket sand!
Ah, my ass! This thingy!
Ah!
That shield bash is a little, abusive.
Yeah, it's real problematic. But if I jump away at the right time, then I get a free hit.
Shiro, take your shot.
Where's your friend?
If only he was left-handed, he'd have a better advantage against you.
Yeah. Ow.
Oh, he's got a torch now.
Yeah, he does. Yes!
Where are you, Shiro?
He left you to die.
That spear seems to be one of your best weapons.
It's good against the sickles. When he's in sickles like that, it's pretty good.
I have seen a few of the Easter egg weapons that you can get in this game too. Like you can find ones based from some of the other game franchises.
Yeah, I have heard that there are weapon kits, so like design-wise, that can do that, but I've not come across one just yet, as far as I know.
Left me.
Yeah, because I know you can find a Sly Cooper mask, because that one was pretty much teased throughout, as well as a sword, I think, based on Infamous, I think it was.
Yeah. Okay.
Those are the only two that I know of.
Previous Sucker Punch games, most likely, because they did Sly Raccoon, or sorry, Sly, was it Sly Fox or Sly Raccoon?
Sly Cooper.
Sly Cooper, sorry, and Sly Thief. Look at that.
Oh, that's the mask. We were just talking about it.
What do you know? Well, yeah, personally, I like this one, and then wearing the... Where is it? There we go.
Very Kung Lao styled hat.
There is a Kung Lao style hat there as well. I just don't use it all that often. Pick that up, grab you. Alright, so that fortress is no longer a problem. And I'm pretty sure I saw like a reflection thing around nearby. Hang on, let me find it. Because there was that shrine there, which I guess was from the Azure. Oh wait, hang on, there it is. Alright.
Yeah, so like, so Sucker Punch, their main games are the Sly Cooper franchise, Infamous, 1, 2, Festival of Blood, Second Son, and First Light.
First Light was sort of a DLC prequel to Second Son.
Yeah, and then you've got the Ghost of Tsushima.
Yep.
And Ghost of Yōtei. They're their only major ones, because a lot of the time they spend they focus a lot on getting the games looking good rather than just dishing out games.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Because they've not been around forever, as far as I know. Like they got their start with Sly Cooper. Wait, seriously, that far back? I thought Sly Cooper was like their first major.
No, their first one was Rocket Robot on Wheels.
never heard of that before.
I think I remember seeing it in the video store way back when you could rent games from the video store.
Okay.
So I remember seeing it, but a lot of the games we rented at the video store were mostly Super Nintendo and Nintendo games, because Dad was the one that only played the 64.
Yeah. Righto.
We got to play it after a while, but that was only when you bought some decent controllers that weren't going to break in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I grew up with like the Xbox and the Xbox 360, but there wasn't a lot of Xbox games that I did play, and I got more into games when the Xbox 360 came out, but then I think like a few years after Xbox 360, I then went to PC, so.
My Xbox, when I bought it, this was during the time when I was living in foster care. The foster carer got the thing chipped for me. This was during the time when you could get all these consoles like chipped. And basically what I could do with it was I could actually install games onto the system.
Yeah, that way like you didn't have to keep the disc in your console and what have you. So if you were like renting and all that kind of nonsense, you could easily like, you know.
Yeah, so that's all I did is I went to the video store, rented the game for the night, installed it on the thing, and then brought it back the next day.
Yeah. No.
I actually got a lot of
bit of
interesting
trouble
games.
saying that on stream, but we'll move on from that.
Yeah. I played a lot. I had a lot of games on my Xbox. There was some really good ones. I had Fatal Frame 1 and 2. I had Halo 1 and 2 on it. What else was there?
You look hungry,
I'm just trying to
Sensei
remember
Takahashi.
some of the games I had on my
Care for a
Xbox.
persimmon?
I always knew
I remember
this
this
day would
fighting game that I had that
No
I can't.
time is my
It was like it was one of these really interesting ones where it was a fighting game.
It belongs in the hands of a master.
I wouldn't call myself a master.
I'm trying to remember.
But I'll put it to good use. Thank you, Sensei.
And the idea was you were going. It was kind of like fighting game meets GTA, where you'd have to go through the city and things like that in order to like, you know, rise to the top and things like that.
Yep. Okay.
And it was such an interesting concept because each character had their own endings, fighting styles, all that sort of stuff. But the problem is that it's just one of those ones you can't really find properly because it was one of those like really hard, like, you know, not really well-known titles.
Right. I have bombs at the ready for you, Atsu.
I'm just trying to remember
I got
what
them
else
primed
did I-
and ready.
I'm trying to remember my... Oh, Alter Echo was another really interesting one, which not a lot of people talk about, honestly. And I've got it on PS3 now, too. Essentially what it is you're a guy lost on another planet, and he gets a symbiote suit that allows him to change forms.
I feel pity for your enemy.
Wait, which game is this?
Alter Echo.
No, okay. I was thinking. I don't know why. I was thinking of the movie John Carter or whatever, because it was like that opener sounded like the opening to John Carter, and then you said like the symbiote suit, and I was like, okay, nope, never mind, lost it.
Hope you do some
Nope,
damage.
not that one. There was another one, Glitch in the System. I'm trying to remember what the full name of it was. Metal Arms, Glitch of the System.
Okay.
I had that one, and fuck me, was it a good game. I want that to come to PC.
Okay.
I also had like the Backyard Wrestling franchise, which was a really interesting one. Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance 1 and 2, which I don't have on PC.
Nice.
I had a lot of the Batman games as well. Not like Batman Begins, like Batman Revenge of Shinsu, Batman Vengeance.
Oh, these are the games that came out like during the Batman animated series.
Yeah. Oh, another one which was actually really interesting, Big Mother Truckers.
Better days.
So essentially what it was you were trying to compete with your siblings to run a trucking business. And the winner got the trucking business. So you had to haul goods from one place to another while also dealing with bandits, the police, not losing the entire thing that you had in your truck, all that sort of stuff.
I have maps. If you need them, you want new maps. Here.
I also had
Now,
the
where
Bloody
was
Raw
I?
games, as well as Blood Rain 1 and 2. Unreal Tournament on the Xbox, which was so good. Like I said, I had a massive collection of games, and these just weren't ones that were on the Xbox itself, but like ones that I had managed to find discs from like markets, garage sales, all that sort of stuff. I think all in all, my collection probably would have been worth about, if I had to put a price on it, would have been about maybe $2,000 to $3,000 worth in games alone.
All right. Ooh, spark fibers. No idea what they're going to be used for, but.
There are so many games I would love to see brought to the PC.
I would be really curious about. I remember someone made this comment about like, because we're getting through like a number of like, you know, remasters and remakes being done. I know some people are like really interested in the like some of the popular ones where it's like, oh, going through the Resident Evil games, Silent Hill 2, and then you got like real problematic ones like The Last of Us. Like The Last of Us Part 1 and 2, and it's like Last of Us 2 was like almost within a year of its release they do a remaster. But I remember someone did the comment of like the beauty of remakes would be the case that you could probably do it on like mechanically poor games or things that could very well have like, you know, been worthwhile improvement, like either visually or what have you. So for example, like you could probably do one for like the Devil May Cry series, like 1 and 2. So then that way you make them like more in line with the combat systems that they introduced in Devil May Cry 3 and such.
It's less for me of wanting a remake and just a port. Because like I would love to see more of these games get ported through like GOG's game preservation program.
Ah, okay.
Because there are so many of them that could be really good on PC. Like one that I used to play was called Dark Watch.
Yep.
Which was like a Ubisoft Capcom title where you played as a vampire hunter vampire set in the Old West. It was supposed to have a whole franchise to it, but the first game didn't sell as well as they wanted them to, so it didn't go that far.
Yep.
But it's like the concept alone was really good because it also had a morality system and stuff like that.
Who else could do that? The bounty's paid. That's her. Any last words on the all?
There's still time to run.
And go where? Our bounty's right here.
Pocket sand.
Not yet, not yet.
Oh.
Pocket sand. Like you said.
Yay!
Yeah! Here we go.
his ass, Ray.
And they're all dead. Pick up their goods, see what their camp had.
Their camp had nothing.
Their camp had gold and some silk. And there's Homeru.
Find me, boy.
So, forested crags. Hot spring over there. Can't see what that is.
Ah, ooh, my ankle's been pretty sore today.
Ooh, that's not good.
Ah, I think it's just due to the weather.
You have like one of those limbs that like predicts the weather.
Nah, it just gets sore when it shifts too frequently.
Righto, righto. Summertime soon? Hi there, Nightman. Yeah, no, we're in spring right now. Work has been getting busy because spring is like a busy time for, you know, where I work for IT support. It does get a little stressful, not because the workload gets heavier for me explicitly, but just because, you know, sort of everyone is stressed and such. And so you get like sort of like this anxiety-ridden day where there's a lot of tickets that you can't really do anymore because, you know, it's a critical time of the year, and so they don't afford us, you know, a means of being able to like, you know, we can't afford breaks. So if there's like a thing where it's like, oh, let's do
Sword just for show?
No, god damn it. Hang on. And of course you switch to the Yari.
Yeah, for us at the hotel, we've got like a sports group in at the moment. Whole bunch of them. Because there's these big sports events happening in the town.
Yep.
But oh my goodness gracious me. Are some of the parents like not caring where their children go?
Oh, what the shit?
We'll
this is new.
This one somewhere public as Lord
You've been
Saito
captured.
commands.
Yeah, I have. That's the first time. That's not happened before. What the? I guess it's because I got like, you know, grabbed by some really difficult
Go
enemies.
to the inn tomorrow. Round everyone up, then cut off her head.
People say she's an Onryo.
And you've let me keep my weapons.
She will bleed like everyone else.
Dumbass.
Alright. Break.
Let's get this over with.
You don't scare me.
Here we go. Here we go.
Like
shit! God damn it! Fuck you for. He faked me out twice.
I know. He was sitting there just like psych, psych.
Yeah. Normally they don't do the faking out like twice. Fuck you. The absolute bastards. And I just wanted to go to the hot spring. Ooh. Golden fire now. Cool hat. Where the fuck am I? God damn it, I'm all the way over here. Okay, cool. Because I arrived at this place, I can just fast travel, and then there we go. Bathe in starlight. The splendor of night can restore the body anew. Yep, it's nighttime, so... bath.
I never understood the Onryo mother's stories. Why couldn't they protect themselves in life? Did they have to die before getting revenge?
Because women don't get shit.
I won't be someone else's bedtime story.
It's just totally unfair. been upgraded. Nice! Gain a moderate amount to increase of our health. That's good. Alrighty. What time is it? 12:07. Okay. I am gonna put a stop to the stream here because... Oh, no, hang on, I need a save. There we go. Yep, overwrite that save. So yeah, because I've been at it now for like a little over 4 hours, which I think is a decent amount of time. It's getting into like a really crazy hour for the Americans, and the Europeans are not waking up anytime soon. This is a good time to end the stream here, quite frankly. Leave my controller charging and what have you. And yeah, thank you, Code, for like stopping in for a little bit and chatting about games
worries.
and such. I do appreciate you coming along.
No worries. I've just been trying to fiddle with my OBS at the moment because 2 of my plugins have failed to load. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck to find them.
Oh, okay, that's not good. I know
Yeah,
there's been
it's
some like OBS updates, and Blue was having some troubles with them and such, so he's had to like recreate some overlays and what have you.
Well, yeah, it's just the plugin countdown and the vertical canvas that I gotta. I just can't remember where I put my where I put all the plugins.
Okay, okay.
Because I need to get rid of those if I'm gonna not have things go belly up.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. I don't use the vertical plugin though, to be honest with you. Like I've only used it one time, and that was to do the whatsamahoozy, the blah 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 brain. Come on, you can do this. That was to do the like the VTuber meetup for Aurora. But normally I don't keep it up. I don't keep it up for that. I usually, you know, I only use it when need be.
Yeah.
So, but nah, I am going to call the stream there. I need to get the laundry out of my washing machine. It's been sitting there for like the last 3 hours after going through a cycle. So it's not going to be too great. But what we will do is... Thank you for giving me a good nap. Not to worry, Zach. I will need to get a stream schedule out in the next, probably like by tomorrow morning or something like that, because I've picked up Dispatch. It is fun, and it's very tempting making it like a Friday night thing, where it's like so like, you know, we got our stream on Wednesday. I think either new episodes are out Thursday or Friday for us in Australia. I'll need to double check timings, so then that way, you know, we can do it, because they release like 2 episodes a week. And I reckon that will be like a nice little short stream to go through. Because, you know, it's one of those games where, yes, it's a brand new game, and some people may not like be, you know, fully interested in, you know, watching me go through it and such. But the fact that it's a game where like there's choices and what have you, I think people who are already interested in playing it or have already played it will want to like watch other people's streams to see what the decision making is like and what have you. So yeah,
I have noticed it looks pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see who is online and who we can go and raid. Ooh, let's see. We've got. Hang on. So, let me just refresh the raid browser and see who they give us. All right. So there's someone that's been going at. Someone's been going at stream for like 7 hours. Let's try and go for... Let's see. It's tempting to go for another Ghost of Yōtei, but they might be further along it than myself. So actually, let's just go for a random person like... let's go for Voidhound. It looks like Voidhound is doing some Jackbox Party Pack. Oh, it's a community night for them. Okay, that should be good. All right, let's go raid into Voidhound then. For those of you that are subscribed, you are welcome to use the emotes that we have for our raid message himbo raid. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I'm going to be using my emotes. But otherwise, I want to say Code, thank you again for coming along at the end of the stream. I greatly appreciate it. And for chat, thank you for watching this morning's stream of Ghost of Yōtei. I greatly appreciate it. I reckon I have a good pattern on how I want to go with Ghost of Yōtei streams in the future, which is get into the new area and, you know, figure out, like, you know, who we're fighting and get through the Sensei storyline first before we go through the rest of the Yōtei 6, like, villain choice. All right, so I reckon that's how we're going to do it. Monday evening, I'm going to be going through more of Metal Gear Solid 2. And then Wednesday night is Alan Wake 2. Hopefully, I'm not going to feel too bad about it like I did last week when I missed the call. And then I'll figure out whether Thursday or Friday might be a Dispatch episode, because they release 2 episodes a week. And then, obviously, you know, next Sunday morning, more Ghost of Yōtei. But yeah, if I don't see you then, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.